Welcome to the course on Adobe After Effects. In this introductory session, we will explore the exciting world of Adobe After Effects. Well, Adobe After Effects is a powerful software used for creating stunning motion graphics, visual effects, and cinematic composition. Whether you're a beginner or have some experience in video editing and composition, this course will equip you with the essential knowledge and skills to unleash your creativity and bring your ideas to life. Adobe After Effects is a leading industry and standard tool used by professionals in film, televisions, animation, and digital media production. It offers a vast array of features and capabilities that allow you to transform ordinary videos into captivating visual experiences. From adding special effects and animations to manipulating footage and creating seamless transitions, After Effects provides an extensive set of tools to enhance your project. Okay? So throughout this course, we will cover the fundamental concept of After Effects, starting with the user interface and workspace organization. You will learn how to import and manage media assets, navigate in timeline, and utilize keyframes for animation. Okay? Now, in practical exercise and projects will be an integral part of this course, enabling you to apply the concepts and learn and develop your skills. By the end of this course, you will have a solid foundation in Adobe After Effects and the confidence to create professional-grade motion graphics and visual effects. So let's embark on this exciting journey into the world of Adobe After Effects. Get ready to unleash your creativity and discover the endless possibilities of this remarkable software. Let's just show you the interface of Adobe After Effects. Now, after you open up Adobe After Effects, you will see an interface like this will appear up. You can see the welcome to After Effects. Then we have my recent files. Then you can open up or make a new project, which is going to be termed as composition. If you want to open it up, just click on open project and you will find out it will appear like this. Yet you can just open whichever one you want. And if you want to make a new project, just click on new project. You'll see an interface like this. And what you're going to do is open up a new composition. Just click on new composition. Then you will see an interface like this will appear up. From here, just name your composition. Let's say this is the basic or the introduction. I'm going to select on it. Select the preset, whichever one you want to use. You have like different type of frame rates and also different type of resolution wherever or however you want to make it. And if you see that the desired type of animation, like let's say FPS is not over there, you can also use your own frame rate. Okay, just as I use 40 most of the time. And you can use or fix the width and also the height, lock your aspect ratio or according to your monitor. And then from here, what you're going to do is select on whichever type of pixel aspect ratio you want. I'm going to suggest you to use square pixel, and you can fix the resolution and then also the starting code time and also the duration. So if you fix or change it, you will see that it will the duration of your video will change. Okay, I'm going to keep it 30, and you can also select the background color, whichever color you want, and that color will be applied. Let's say I'm going to keep on it, press on OK and press on OK, and you will see a background has been created, and you can also see your composition has also been created. Now let's move on to our next lesson so that we can learn about the usage of our composition and also how you will be able to customize your videos and also your animation. So let's move on to that lesson. Welcome to our first lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the introduction and also about the interface of Adobe After Effects. But first off, you have to keep one thing in mind to use the latest version of Adobe After Effects. Because if you are using an older one such as 2015, 2016, you might see that there are a couple of differences in the interface, okay? But if you are using 2018, or even if you are using, let's say, a Mac OS, even like Linux or Windows, just make sure to use the latest version of it, okay? But even if you don't have the latest version, 2018 can also be worked on, because 2018 and 2023 is not that, different in the interface, okay? So first thing what you have to learn about is these 4 parts. You can see that I have a couple of these animation over here. You can see that there are also a couple of these objects. And when I move through those, like over them, and I drag my mouse, you can see that there are a couple of things that are being indicated, okay? And those are the objects that has been put in a specific, let's say, an animation. What you see over here is also an animation. And one thing Adobe After Effects has an advantage is that you have the ability to increase or decrease the size of your animation or whatever you're making, and also increase the panel size, okay? And also zoom in, zoom out, that's like totally up to you. Now, one thing is that when you open up Adobe After Effects, you will find out that you will face an interface like this. So this is the home interface, or when you open up. So you will be able to open up new composition, or you can also open up new composition from footage. Well, Adobe After Effects gives you the advantage or increases your functionality so that you can actually, capture, let's say, a photo or a video and then start making animations out of it. So it is correlated to, like, let's say 2D animation and also 3D animation. So obviously it has a lot of functionality which Adobe After Effects can provide. So just like I told you that I'm going to start up from an animation. Well, later on in this course, I will also show you how you will be able to do it. And I will show you all the basics up to advanced level of animation. Well, it's not that hard, but what you have to do is just follow a couple of basic steps that will help you to, let's say, understand those tools and also about the interface so that you can like go throughout all of the tools and also use the full functionality of Adobe After Effects. Now let's get back to our animations again. So when you open up, let's say, a file, you will find out that there are a lot of objects in your screen. Let's say the top part, left part, middle part, right part, and the bottom part. Well, all of them have like specific names. Let's say the left part. The left part up till here is the project section or the project part. Well, all of your projects will be put up over here. You can see that I have my animation over here. It has 25 FPS, has the resolution, and also about the time, okay? And also the name of it. How you're gonna name it, it's going to appear over here. Well, almost all of the details of your specific animation or the project which you're working on will show up in this project panel. Now let's go to the middle part. The middle part is called the composition part, okay? Or let's say a composition panel. And then in this panel, you'll be able to, let's say, preview or see your work, okay? Even if you're editing it and you want to get a preview, all of the things which you put will be put in this composition panel. Well, this is also like a page where you are editing all of the objects. Now the right part is also a bit like the tools, okay? You'll be able to customize your animation and also increase the creativity of your work by using this panel. You can see that there are info, audio, preview, effect, preset, libraries, characters, and all of those, let's say, paragraphs, tracker, content aware fill. All of the tools will appear over here. Then at the bottom, we have our timeline panel. In this timeline panel, you'll be able to see that there are a lot of objects. Just like I told you, when I drag it over them, you can see that the objects are being, let's say, indicated. So this is the layer panel too. In this layer panel, you might see that there is like objects from the bottom to the top, and also the names are put up over here. So each layers or each objects are named, okay, or specified, and those specified, let's say, objects are put in this panel so that you get a smooth animation, or let's say even a video, okay? Let me just give you an example. And one thing you have to keep in mind, that if you have something at the bottom, that means that thing has the less visibility, okay? Or let's say it's like at the bottom and it's going to overlay, or let's say the top ones are going to overlay it, okay? It's a lot like the ones you use in PowerPoint, let's say Photoshop, and also Lightroom. So if you know about those basic, you already know how this layer panel works, okay? And also this layer panel is constructed with this timeline indicator, or let's say this bar, or let's say this pointer. Well, this pointer accurately gives you the time on a specific, let's say, second or a minute, so that you can get the specific frame of that specific second. Okay, let's say when I take it on 4, it will show me what changes are happening on this 4th second. Okay, and this is the current time indicator. Okay, and you can see the names over here. When I select on them, you can see it has been like perfectly selected. Then you can also like minimize it, increase the size, and do whatever you want with it. Okay, so this is basically how it works. And if you want to use, or let's say put a photo over here, you can do that. If you want to do that, I will show that to you later on, how you'll be able to add in photos in specific frames. Okay, and if you want to, like, let's say I'm going to select on this hashtag here, you'll be able to, let's say, select on it, cut it up, and then add in your own text. That is also doable here. Now let's go to the composition panel, and also about this panel, which is the timeline panel. Let's say when you are working on this timeline panel, you might feel like you double clicked on it and you will see that it is only selecting one of the object. But what are you going to do after that? If you want to see the whole thing back again, don't be worried. What you're going to do is click on this retro, and it will show you, or let's say the name of the whole project or the file will be saved over here, but you can select the specific objects from over here. You can see from over here, and this is hashtag learn more, label 17, and also photo slide placeholder. Okay, so that is basically it. You don't have to be worried when you select on a specific object and you are seeing that specific object, with a zoom view. But when you just select on it, the project name, it will show you the whole project back again. Okay, and if you want to like edit in your text, just like I told you, select on the text. Let's say I'm going to select on this, and I'm going to just click on over here, and you will be able to cut it. See, that is very simple. Let's say I'm going to type in singularity. Okay, I'm just gonna type in sin. Okay, and after you're done, just click on this retro, and you can see that the name has changed. Now, after all of them is done, we are done with this project panel, composition panel, then this also customization panel, and also timeline panel. At the bottom, or let's say at the top, we have our tool panel. You can see from the left to the right of this top panel, we have all of the tools we need. We also have some ribbons, okay, just like the ones we see in Photoshop, Adobe Lightroom, Illustrator, and all of those. You have this file, edit, composition, layers, effects, animation, view, windows, and help. I'm going to go through them one by one, lesson by lesson, okay, as I'm not going to be able to cover up all of these ribbons in this first lesson, okay, because even if I make it like quite big, well, you might like lose interest in it. So let's just go up to this tool section or this ribbon section. In this file section, there are a couple of these things which you most of the time see in specific softwares, or let's say almost all of the softwares, okay, but there are a couple of differences. Let's say create proxy and all of those, project settings, then Adobe dynamic link, increasement, and also all of those. But except for those, all of them are quite the same, such as new, open, save, save as, revert, export, import. Okay, then we have is edit, composition. Well, this is all about the composition panel. Then we have is the layer panel, just like that one on the timeline. Then we have effect, if you want to add an effect, which is similar to the one we see in Photoshop and all of those. Then we have is animation, view, windows, and also we have help. But first thing you have to keep in mind when you open up Adobe After Effects, click on Windows, click on Workspace, make sure to select all panels so that you get the view of all of the panels. I'm going to click on the retro, and then we are done. Okay, now after you're done with all of the things, how are you going to play it? First off, what you're going to do is take this thing, this indicator at the beginning, and you can just hit on space. Now you can see that the video, or let's say the animation, has been made, and you can see this is also bouncing. So if you want to zoom in, what you're gonna do is just zoom in with your scroll key, and then you will find out that it will be like this. And if you want to play it, just press on space and it will start on playing. Okay, and if you want to navigate through it, what you're gonna do is click on your scroll key, and then you'll be able to, like, let's say drag or see throughout the whole thing. And if you want to zoom out, just scroll in and out with your key of your mouse. So that is basically it, and how you will be able to work with the interface. And let's say here I'm gonna do is take one thing at the top, or when I take this right over here, now it is placed over here. I'm gonna do is play it up. It will render it for a while, and then you'll be able to play it up. Let's say I'm gonna do is this, and then it will apply. Okay, but if I take it at the beginning, you will see a bit difference. Okay, I'm gonna do is take it up over here, and it's starting from over there. Let's say I'm gonna do is take this sin part, okay, and drag it a bit to the right side. I'm gonna do is find out the sin one. Let's say I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna do zoom in, navigate through it. I'm gonna do select this part. First off, select on the selection tool. Do select this part, which is labeled 17. Now I'm gonna do is drag it a bit on the right side. Now let's see how the difference it makes. I'm gonna do is play, zoom out, and you can see the sin is not appearing yet. But if I take it at the top left, or let's say the foremost left, you will see it will start up from the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna take this indicator at the beginning again. I'm gonna do is start it off, and you can see it is starting from the beginning. So now you know all of the basics or how you are going to work with the interface. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you all about the tools in Adobe After Effects and all the functionality it has to offer. So let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the timeline panel. And there are quite a lot of these things, or a lot of these tools which you need to learn about this timeline panel. So without any further ado, as this is going to be really descriptive, so let's just move into the lesson. In this lesson, as we are going to talk about this timeline panel where we are going to put in our objects which we want to see as an animation, so I'm going to put it over here. And one thing is that you can like increase or decrease the size of it so that you get like almost all of the layers or all of the objects which you want to see. Okay, and we are also going to try to add in more content in this, let's say, our lesson or even our animation. First off, we have this timeline panel at the bottom of this interface, and just like I told you from the previous lesson. So let's start off from the left side. Okay, the left side is going to be the objects which you put in your specific animation or what you're working with. Okay, and all of them has different names. And you can also see that there are a couple of these tools. The first thing which we're gonna learn about is this visibility option. Let's say I'm gonna do is play it up. Let's say I'm gonna do is just play it. You can see I am like seeing everything. I'm gonna do is decrease the size again so that you can see the whole animation. But one thing is that if you like click on this or deselect one of them, you'll find out that one of the object which you put in your animation will not be visible. Let's say I'm gonna do is going to be remove this heart tag, or like let's say the hashtag over here. I remove that too, and you can see the hashtag has been removed. Now I'm gonna do is going to be remove this hashtag over here, and that is removed too. So basically what happens is that which ones you want it to be visible and to see each of the layers, how it actually functions in your animation, you'll be able to get a preview of it by using these options. Now, as we are done with this visibility option, you can also revert them back to how it was and see the whole thing just by clicking on this visibility option again and select them to be visible. Okay. Now, as we're done with that part, we have a lot of things going on in this area. First off, we have our whole project, which is named to be retro. Then we have is hashtag. Okay. The hashtag part is where we put in our exact hashtag. And that is basically the hashtag part. You can see the mighty part. Then we have is black solid, which is this part. And then we have is this empty layer where we don't have any object, but it works as a background. So I want all of them to be visible too. If I press on this black solid one, and that is also visible, I'm going to click on this retro again. This also functions similarly, just the way we see on this composition layer, okay, or let's say the composition panel. So as all of them are visible, we have also these parts where we can literally, then we have is this layering option, which you can see, we can see the layers, and there is also this lock layers. Okay, so let's say you are seeing the whole thing. I'm going to play it back again. I'm going to do is layer one of it. You will see that one part of the object is being masked. Okay, so now you can see the object is not visible over there. This allows you to see the area of a specific object in your animation and allows you to put in more data, or let's say more object over there, so that you can see how it actually works. You can see now this part is white. So according to that specific area, you'll be able to put something over there and see how it functions or is previewed. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on this option again. Now that it's not visible, you will find out that it has been, clicked up. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do is right click on it. I'm going to do is click on layers. And what I'm going to do is click on layers again and find out the previous one. And now you can see that all of them are now visible as I've removed all of the masking option. So now you know about how these tools works. You can mask any of these objects in your timeline panel. So let's say if you want to use this black solid and layer it up, you can just click on it and that part will be masked out. Okay, I'm going to click on this part again and start it from over here. I'm going to play it up, and you can see as the black solid part has been removed, we cannot see any of it. I'm going to select on this again, and you will find out that all of the objects are now visible again, because that black part is now overlaying all of the objects that are displayed on our animation. Now we can also do the same thing on each and every one. Then we have is this filtering option. The filtering option is a lot similar to the ones we use in Adobe Lightroom. You can filter any of the object. Let's say you want it to turn it to be, let's say, the blue group, red group, orange, or whichever color you want, which is a lot similar to labeling. You can label them however you want, which is a lot similar to grouping them up too. So this also helps you to find out an exact type of animation, or let's say exact type of layers which you want to edit. And you can see as both of them are blue, so both of them, let's say, carries up a specific or specific category of object. Then we have is our, let's say, layer name. You can name up any of the layer, just double click on it, or you can just right click, press on rename, or press on F2, and then it will be renamed. Okay, let's say I'm gonna do is rename it. Let's say from here I'm gonna do is delete it, and let's say first, hit on enter, and we have our first option over here. Then we have is this options. Okay, there is shy, which hides layers and timelines, which is a lot similar to visibility options. But what it does is I'm going to click on this option, and that is now hidden, and almost nothing according to that will be visible, or just hides it up. Okay, it's a lot like concealing a specific layer, but what it does is just allows that layer to stick up to your specific animation panel, or let's say your page or your work, and then just sits there. Okay, then I'm going to do is click on this option again. Let me show you a part where we feel like we can see the difference. Then we have this option, which is for comping layers or collapse the transformation. So what it does is rasterizes a specific layer in your project or in your animation. And you know what happens when it rasterizes the effect, or let's say rasterizes a layer. What it does is just allows you to make more edits on it freely. Okay, that is what rasterizing an effect or rasterizing a layer is all about. So I'm going to click on all of them because I want to customize it according to my will. And obviously if you are not able to customize it, then obviously you will not find out that it's comfortable or flexible. So make sure to rasterize all of it and click on each and every one so that all of them are rasterized, and you can completely or according to your will customize it according to your desire. Then we have is this option, which is called quality and stamping. Well, obviously you want the best quality in your animation. To do that, make sure to select all of them. Well, there is couple of these options, which is left and right, which is a lot like obliques. But make sure to like see the difference on each and every one. Let me just zoom in, or like, let's say I'm gonna keep it up over here. I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna do zoom out a bit, and you can see that there are a couple of these options. Okay, I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna click on this right. I'm gonna turn them aside, whatever they have. Now I'm gonna do is play it up. I'm gonna take this over here, play. Now you can see the difference is a lot. Well, when you are doing this work with, let's say, more graphics, you'll find out more, let's say, differences. Okay, you can see this is a lot more visible, and that is what basically quality ensures. It most of the time what it does is like saturates it and all of those works. Okay, so make sure to keep it like plain like this so that you get almost all of the result. I'm gonna do is turn it all around here so that I get the perfect result for each and every one. Now you can see the text is more visible. So what it does is that if you want it to be more pixelated, then you can toggle it according to your desire. Then we have is the FX option, which is the filter. Whatever type of filter you want to apply on a specific layer, you can do it right from here. What you're gonna do is right click on each of like these layers and press on this effect and all of these options which you have over here. Okay, and then you will be able to apply in your effects, and which is also the effects option over here. Just like you can see that in our hashtag over here, it just pops up. So I'm gonna do is show it to you again. When we see our animation, I'm gonna do is take it over here, play it. I'm gonna do is take it at the, let's say I'm gonna do is take it like this, and then you can see the hashtag appears up. So that means in this hashtag we have one of the filters or effects applied. We can also see the learn more also has the same type of filtering. I'm gonna do is pause it up. I'm gonna do is play it. Play, and you can see my T and also learn more appears up. Thus we know we have filters or effects applied on that specific layer so that it, you know, shows some like animation or let's say transition and all of those. So now you almost know all of the parts over here. But then we have is the frame blending. Let's say blending photos. So if you want to blend it up over here, just click on right this or select on a specific layer, and then you have this blending mode. Then you will be able to apply whichever type of blends you want to apply. Let's do the same thing on over here, shape layer. Let me just play it up, and over here I'm going to do is apply in a blending. So I'm going to click on this blending mode. Let's say here I want overlay, or let's say I'm going to select on hue, and I can see the color has been changed. I'm going to do is select this over here and play it up, and you can see the color has changed, and that is how the blending option appears up. But it will not show something like this option to like appear over here. If you want to remove it, just go over to this blending option again and then press on normal, and then it will revert back to how it actually was. And you have to keep one thing in mind, that Adobe After Effects only takes a specific type of, let's say, files. Let's say JPG, PNG, then Illustrator, then let's say Photoshopped ones, then we have is Lightroom ones and all of those. It also takes vector graphics. But after all of those, there are quite specific ones and limited ones what Adobe After Effects supports. And if it doesn't support, well, there is also a functionality which Adobe After Effects helps you with, because it converts a file to be supportable and then applies or helps you to put that object, or let's say a layer, in your animation. Then we are going to learn about this option, which is motion blur. If you want to add motion blur, just click on any of those motion blurs and the motion blur will be applied. So I'm gonna click on it, deselect it. I'm gonna do is apply a motion blur over here. Let's say I'm gonna do is paste it up on here. And I'm gonna do is play it. I'm gonna do is take it up over here, and then you can see that there is a bit of motion blur on there. But it obviously takes a bit of that, you know, your CPU or your RAM usage. Because if you have like a low-end PC, then you might find a bit of stuttering there. But if you have a higher-end PC, then obviously it's going to work very smooth. Then I'm going to do is toggle through it. You can like right click on it or left click on it, whichever one you want to apply. Then we have is monochrome or adjusting layers. You can adjust your layers however you want. I'm going to click on this and you can see the monochrome has been applied. I'm going to play it up, take it right over here. I'm going to do is play it. And as you can see that there is nothing to color for over here. What I'm going to do is remove it and find out the ones which is going to make some difference. And you can see all of them has been applied. I'm going to do is select all of them and take this up at the front. What I'm going to do is just remove this black solid, play it up. Then you can see this is basically how it will actually look like. Okay, but it's going to take a bit like time to render up your video and then apply it directly to your animation panel. And obviously you have the frame render time over here too. If it's less, then it's going to take less time. And if it takes, let's say 254 and all of those which will appear up, then it's obviously going to take a bit of time. So you have to keep those things in mind. And you can also toggle switch modes. Okay, just click on it and then you will see that all of them are like, let's say a bit bigger so that you can see how it actually works. I'm going to select on this again and it will revert back. What I'm going to do is remove all of them again and see how it basically works. And now you can see the heart has appeared up. But what happened over here is the heart, it was red in color, but when I applied that effect layer or monochrome, what it did is lose its color and turned into white. Same happened to the one over here on this hashtag. Okay, then we have is this option which is called the 3D layer. It helps you to manipulate 3D dimension objects, but let's do it over here. I'm going to click on this heart shape, heart like, and then it will turn into the 3D layer. Even though if it's not that visible, I'm going to do is play it up back again, and it will take a bit of a time to render that object. I'm going to do is select on all of them, and all of them will turn into 3D ones. What I'm going to do is you can create a 3D bin. I'm going to do is play it up. Okay, now as all of them are done, I'm going to do is press on OK. I'm going to do is take it right at the beginning and play it up. Now basically all of them are now 3D. Okay, and you can see that there are a couple of shadows which are appearing over here. That means all of them turned into 3D animation. Okay, then you can also see from different angles too, but I'm not going to show it to you in this lesson because this is just the basics of timeline panel. Then we have is these options. I'm going to do is toggle switches and modes. Then we have is mode. Whichever mode you want to use, you can apply it on it, which is also similar to the filters which you apply in a specific animation. Okay, you can see saturation, hue, whichever one you want. Then we have is extract matte. You can select whichever matte you want to use. Let's say I'm going to empty this layer, and that layer has been emptied. And you can see that track matte has been applied, but I want to click on none because that is also quite similar. If you have like more objects over there, then you are going to see a specific difference. Then we have is parent links, which is also similar to hyperlinks and all of those. Let's say this is going to take it to 11. This is going to like, cooperate with this one. And this is also cooperate with this one. So this is what inherits the transformation and also puts in the animation. You can apply more effects on these ones and select whichever one you want to apply. Let's say I'm going to click on heart like. I'm going to do select on this and press on shape layer. Then I'm going to do is like play it and see the difference. It's going to take a bit of a time. Now you can see that there is 92 ms. I'm going to play it up and this is going to tag up, or let's say link it up. Okay, and that is how you basically link up specific items or specific animation on your Adobe After Effects. So we are done on with this left part. We also have this tag, label, and all of those. Then we have is this search tab or search bar. You'll be able to search up whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to search for colors, and then the color option will appear up, and whichever label is given up to here. Okay, I'm going to select on this. I'm going to cut it off, and you're going to see or get reverted back to how it actually was. So we are done on this left part. Okay, then we have is this part, which is graph editor. If you want to like edit the graphs, you can apply graphs over here. I'm going to do is minimize it, or first off, I'm going to do is increase the size. After I increase the size, I'm going to select on a specific one. Then I'm going to do is graph up this part. What I'm going to do is take up this part, and you can see that there is basically no difference because what you have to do is just select selected properties and show animated properties. Okay, select on that, and then you have this option. Then I'm going to do is select on this, and then you will find out an option like this will appear up. Then you can select whichever layer you want to use or whichever numbering you want to use if you have like specific objects applied in the specific option. I'm going to do is take it, and it is now at the top. You can like, you know, press it or like drag it wherever you want to like select or place it up, because obviously if it's like at the top, then it's going to show at the top and have more visibility instead of the bottom ones. Now, as we're done with this part, which is the graph and chart option, I'm going to do is minimize this again, and then I'm going to show you how you'll be able to apply or use, let's say, a specific time frame from your animation panel. Let's say you want to use only from 0 to 4 seconds and you want it to loop back again and again. What you're going to do is right below this option of current time indicator, you'll find this, okay, work area. I'm going to do is drag it right over here. And as I told you, I want it till 3. So I'm going to paste it right over 3. I'm going to do is take it at the first. I'm going to play it up. And then you will see that it will loop back again and again. But it will not go after this, okay? If it does not work, what you have to do is just press it up again. Okay, now you can see that it is looping back again and again because this is the workspace right now. You can also see the whole thing by, you know, dragging up and down and, you know, increasing the size. Okay, if you want to see the whole thing of the 15 seconds, because I have 50 seconds only, so I'm going to see the whole project all at once, then you're going to see it like this. Okay, then you can also see this thing using this option too, which works the same way. Okay, so now we are done with this timeline panel. But just like I told you, this also works as the composition panel or selecting specific object. You can select on the project, select on specific object from over here, which are appearing on your specific item, or let's say your specific animation. And obviously, if you want to apply any of, let's say, a photo over here, which we have as a photo timestamp over here, I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to do is increase the size. Then I'm going to do is photos, like photo slide image placeholder. I'm going to select on it. Okay, increase the size. Then what you're going to do is click on file, click on import, which you're going to find over here, and click on this file option. From here, what I'm going to do is take any of this photo, click on it, and it will be like over here. What you're going to do is take this over here, just drag it up, and you will find out you'll be able to crop it up too. I'm going to do is place it around over here, and then we have it. After you're done, just click on the main file and play it up, and you will see that it will appear over here. But if it's not like that, what you're going to do is click on that option again. I'm going to select on it, select on this option. I'm going to do is zoom out. First, I'm going to select on it. I'm going to do is select, and I'm going to do is make sure. First off, I'm going to do is crop it up a bit. I'm going to do is take that up. Now what I'm going to do is just click on this retro again, and I'm going to do is play it up. I'm going to just take it at the beginning, play it, and then you have your photo applied to your, let's say, place or photo holder too. So that is basically it about this lesson. Now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to describe you all about project composition and also about the toolbars. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the compositions in Adobe After Effects. Well, there is a lot of complex stuff which happens up here on Adobe After Effects because you are making an animation. And obviously, when you are adding an animation, there are a couple of things you have to keep in mind. First thing is going to be time maintaining, then obviously the uses of the tools, and also a lot of other stuff, such as, you know, syncing up, layering up, and all of those. So we are going to show you all of the basics about what you need to learn about this composition panel, or also about compositions in Adobe After Effects. So first thing what we're going to do is, I already have this animation applied over here. I'm going to play it up. You can see arc, not, and go, titles. Okay, you can see this is how it basically works. But one thing what you can do is make up your own ones. The first thing you have to keep in mind is opening up the project, which has all of the details. As you can see that I have over here, we have my text. You can see over here, arc, then this, and then this, then this, and the last one is this. And if you want to edit it, you can like reveal in composition, and also replace it. You can also delete it if you want to, select on it and press on delete. press on delete, and that will be deleted. You can also press on Control Z, which works as an undo. Okay, I'm gonna do is like play on it again, and a specific text will be removed. Okay, so you have to keep those things in mind and how you will be able to get the hold of all of the details which you're gonna put. Adobe After Effects is going to scan up all of the data in your specific animation or your project and then categorize them according to their basis, such as the text. Then we have is placeholders where you can apply your photos. You can see there are 2 placeholders. Then we have is pre-comps. You can see title, photo, video, placeholder text, scene, and then comp. Okay, comp are these compositions which you are going to apply. Then we have are the solids. These are the backgrounds which work as the background photo. Now, just like I told you in the previous lesson how you'll be able to apply photos. So as I already have 2 of these placeholders, I'm going to do is apply 2 of these placeholders. Right click on it, press on import. Make sure to select the part where you are going to add in your photo or video. From here, I'm going to do is import or click on file. From here, I selected a photo and I'm going to click on OK once per session. OK. And that photo will be applied over here. So I'm going to do is drag it right underneath so that I can drop the photo over there and that will be applied. It will take a bit of a time to apply that because it will render the whole thing on itself. So I'm going to do is take the photo up over here, and as that is applied, I'm going to do zoom out, and you can see this is how it actually looks like. And after that is done, I'm going to do is press on OK, and I'm going to do is click on this composition placeholder or select on the first one. I'm going to press on OK, play it up, and you will see it will also take a bit of a time to render up that photo and also the customizations or modifications that has been applied to a specific video or your animation. You can see that it is like rendering really slow, so you have to like wait for a while, and you can see that I am going to apply another photo over here too. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do select on placeholder 2, which is this one. And I'm going to do is click on file. I'm going to do is import, find out import. I'm going to do is click on file. From here, I'm going to do select this one, and that will be also applied. I'm going to do is take that photo up over here, and that photo has been applied too. So as that has been applied, what I'm going to do is take this underneath all of them because I don't want them to stay at the top. So as it is like at the bottom, I'm going to do is press it over here. I'm going to do is keep the text up. I'm going to do is take it up over here. And if it still doesn't work, what you're going to do is mask it up. So I'm going to do is click on, let's say, masking option, mask, new mask, or mask the shape path, new mask. As that has been applied, I'm going to do is take it up at the top. And now let's see if it works. I'm going to click on this type, title 1, select double click on it. I'm going to do select on it. I'm going to do is take it at the beginning, and I'm going to do is press it. Okay, I'm going to do is remove it. I'm going to do is play it up, and I'm going to do is render it a bit so that I can get a smooth video later on. As that has been applied, what I'm going to do is take that pixels at the bottom, and that has been applied. I'm going to do is take it up over here, click on this, play it up, and see if there is making any difference. If it's still not making any difference, what I'm going to do is select on it. That has been applied. As this is still open, I'm going to do select on it. I'm going to first off, I'm going to delete this one. If it still doesn't work, delete it. Select on the placeholder 2, which is still empty. And you can see in the placeholder 1, we already have our photo. So this is going to help you to find out the layers or the backgrounds which are, let's say, already has the photo on. But select on the other ones and you will find out that it is like there's no photo over here. I'm going to click on file, open it up, import files. I'm going to do is apply that, and that will also be applied. You can see it is over here. You take it up over here, and that looks quite good. Paste it right around here, and I'm good to go. I'm going to do is select on composition, type 1, title 1. I'm going to do is find out the first or the beginning of this animation and play it up. You can see org, and then this animation's opened up, and you can see not, and then it's going to open up another layer, which is going to be another one, let's say titles and all of those. But obviously when you apply a photo, it's going to take a bit of a time because it renders all of the videos and then applies it directly to your animation. So you don't have to do all of the work by yourself. The only thing what you're going to work on is going to be layering up, then masking it up. If you have any shapes applied, then you will also be able to rasterize it and then also mask it up according to your desire. Then find out the ones which layer is empty and then put in those details so that you get a specific or your desired type of animation which you are trying to get. Now I'm gonna do is play it up back again. And you can see it looks a lot better than how it actually was. And you can also see the FPS, which is 29.97, which is also real time. So now we have our animation. Now let's talk a bit more about composition. Obviously, we've described you all about this panel and the timeline panel. And I've also described to you about this project panel where you are going to find out all of your data, or let's say all of the information or objects that has been applied to your specific project. Let's say title 1, which is fast typography. Okay, then you can apply whichever photo you want and also edit it according to your desire. Let's say if you want to like edit in a text, select on this text and find other text which you want to like make some edits. Let's say I'm going to select on this, double click on it, and this option will appear up. Then if you want to change the text, just double click on it and you will find your cursor in between it. Let's say I'm going to cut it off and type in, let's say, orange. Orange. I'm going to do is double click on it again, select on the selection tool, do is decrease the size. And you can see the size has been decreased. I'm going to select on the other text as I'm done with this first one. Double click on it and that text will open up also. You have to wait for a while until it actually shows up on your screen. Now as it has showed up, I'm going to do the same thing. Select on the text. I'm going to do is select on it. Increase the size a bit. You can fix out the margins too. I'm going to do is cut it off. Now let's type in apples. Now that has been applied to. I'm going to select on this text tree, which is also going to apply. I'm going to do select on it. And you can see it appears over here. Do select it. Let's say I'm going to type in kiwi. And the last one over here, instead of this, I'm going to select on this over here. I'm going to select on somewhere around here. I'm going to do is cut it off. And I'm going to type in grapes. Okay. All of them has been applied. I'm going to select on title 01 typography. I'm going to do is take this at the beginning and obviously it's going to render it back again, and you can see that it is being rendered on this green part. I'm going to play it up and see what changes it has made. Obviously it's going to take a bit of a time because it will render all of it according to the changes you made on your specific animation. Well, there are also a couple of things which you have to keep in mind before, let's say, compositions and all of those. After that, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to apply all of those too. Okay, but that is going to be very descriptive and a bit complex. Okay, so basically all of them has been rendered and you can see the difference on each and every one. Okay, so this is basically how you'll be able to custom modify and all of your, let's say, animations which you are applying on your specific project. Okay, and obviously you will also be able to do a lot of stuff such as applying times, extending it, and also cutting it off. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. But there are also a couple of tools which you can use to make more changes. Okay, but as we are done with this part of, making changes on a pre-built one, I'm also going to show you how you'll be able to start off composition from scratch. So I'm going to do is cut all of them off. I'm going to do is click on this file. I'm going to do is click on new. I'm going to do is start up a new project. And I'm going to click on new composition. If you want to do that, just click on new composition. And from here, you will find out composition name. Let's say I'm going to type just photos because I just want the basics. Photos. And then you'll be able to fix out the preset. You'll find out a lot of them over here. Make sure to select the one which you actually need. Well, there are a couple of resolutions and also a couple of FPS. You'll find out basically it's going to be from 24 to 30. Okay, but if you want to use, let's say, 60, 90, and 120 and all of those, well, you have to put it in like manually. Okay, but obviously when you are using higher frames, obviously you're gonna need a higher, or let's say a higher end PC. I'm gonna do is keep it around HD and 180, 180p, and then lock the aspect ratio. Make sure to keep the pixel aspect ratio to be square pixels, and then here I'm gonna type in, let's say, 40. Okay, we have 40 frames per second now. Then it's going to be, let's say, resolution to be full, and then make sure to select the start time code and also the duration, and make sure to select the background. After that, what you're gonna do is just press on OK, and then you will find out a new composition has been applied. But first thing I'm gonna do is cut off all of them, and we have our first composition. If it's just removed, I'm gonna do is select all of them, press on Control, and then select all of them, and then press on Delete. Delete, and all of them has been deleted. And the first thing I'm gonna do is do the same thing. I'm gonna do is keep it composition and keep pressing OK. Now the first thing I'm gonna do is apply in a photo. To do that, what I'm gonna do is just click on Files, click on Import, click on Files. I'm gonna do select on this one. That photo has been applied over here. I'm gonna do is take it down. Okay, I want this to be the first one. I'm gonna do is take it. This is the first. Let's say I'm gonna do is just keep it around here. Then I'm gonna do is take it around over here. Okay, which is going to be our first comp. Now we have our background as this photo. So as we have our background as this photo, I'm gonna do is minimize it. Do is keep it somewhere around over here. And that has been applied. Then I'm gonna see that it is still 30 seconds. But what if you want to cut it off? Let's say I want to keep it to be 10 seconds. And obviously you can't do it from over here like keeping like this. But you will be able to do that from over here too. You can see it like this. Make sure to select the bottom one on the layer one, but not this one. Okay, so you'll be able to cut it off. Another method of cutting off a video, what you're gonna do is right click on it, click on time. You'll find out this time stretch option, and then select this new duration. Let's say I want 5, or let's say I want 50. What I'm gonna do is type in 05, hit on enter. You'll find it to be 5 seconds. So that is basically how it works. Now I want it to be 10 seconds. So I'm going to keep it somewhere around 10. Now we are done with this part as our background. Now I'm going to do is apply in another photo. And click on File, click on Import, Files. Just select, let's say I'm going to select on this photo. That has been applied. But obviously when I select on this, I have to paste it around here so that I have my photo applied over here. I'm going to do is take it somewhere around over here, even though you can see that it is not visible. If you want it to overlay it, what you're going to do is take this at the top. And now you have the first one over here. But I'm going to take it around here so that it looks a lot more better. I'm going to play it up, and you will see somewhere around 10, it will just change the photo. See? Now I'm going to do is take it right around here. I'm going to do is cut it off too. Double click on it. Select on a specific one, and then take it to around over, let's say I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to keep it somewhere around 4, and this one to be somewhere around here. Okay, what I'm going to do is play it up. Even though you can see this is basically how it works. I'm going to do is select on composition. Don't worry, because if they're showing up, just cut it off, go over to composition, and play it up. Even though you can see it is not visible, but now it is. So this is basically how composition works. If you want to apply effects, what you're going to do is, first off, I want, let's say, this motion blur. I'm going to do is take it around over here. And I'm going to do is minimize this duration over here. I'm going to do is play it up. And then you will see that it will kind of look like this. But there is actually no transition or animation applied. So if you want to like apply transition and animation, then I'm gonna put that up in a new lesson, because this lesson is all about this composition, and composition can be complex and also advanced at the same time. So you have to keep that thing in mind. And obviously when you're composing it, you are going to need the help of almost all of the tools and almost all of the interface Adobe After Effects has. Let's say snapping, default, review, learn, small screen, standard, and all of those. If you want to add effects, we have this option of audio, Boris channel, and all of those. I'm going to press on utility. I'm going to do select on Simeon converter. I'm going to select on gamma. I'm going to do is paste it around over here. And you can see the effect has been applied. So this is basically how you apply the effects on a specific one. I'm going to do is take it around here. and just click on this effects again, and that effect is being removed. Then I'm going to do is select on this time. I'm going to do is press on echo. I'm going to do is open it up. I'm going to do is take it up on the first one. Now I will be able to see that the effect has been applied. I'm going to press on OK, play it up, and that is how it actually works. Okay, you can also use CC force motion blur and all of those. And if you want, let's say transitions too, you will be able to apply animation presets. Let's say I'm going to do is select on synthesize, or let's say shapes. I'm going to do select on images. I'm going to do is select on moonlights. You can see this is basically how it works. This is basically how it's going to work when I select on it. And I'm going to do is select on crystallize. I'm going to do is remove this effect and apply it. I'm going to do is take on this part. Let's say I'm going to do is lower. And as I've selected it, you can see how it actually works. I'm going to do is minimax up over here, and that has been applied. So now you know how you'll be able to use all of these options or all of these panels and take also advantage of them. Okay, so this is basically composition, and in the next lesson I'm going to show you about pre-composition and how you are going to do that. So let's move on to that lesson. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about pre-composition. If you've already learned about composition, which is just the basics of project, which we do in Adobe After Effects, so if you want to do pre-composition, that is a totally different thing. But I'm going to show it to you by using text, because that is one of the most easiest and simplest example that I can put up right now. So when you open up Adobe After Effects, you are going to see an interface like this, obviously, and you can see the composition appears over here, which is known as the composition layer properties. Or if you open up a new one, you'll find that comp 1 or something like that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is add up one of the text, and you can like make duplicates of it or use it for various purposes. But what if you want to use the same thing over and over again? And when you want to like make changes on it, you have to do it individually. But if you don't want to like work on it individually and save a couple of time and a bit of work, then obviously pre-composition is the command, or let's say the step which I would suggest you to do. And to do that, I'm going to start off by editing in my text. First off, I'm going to do is click on my text box, and I'm going to do is make a text box, and here I'm going to type in, let's say, orange. Okay, I'm going to do is zoom in. Then I'm going to do is select all of it. I'm going to do is increase the size. Let's say I'm going to do is increase the size, or maybe like change the color. If it's still not visible, I'm going to do is go around over here. And you can see that it is a bit visible, right? So as it is visible, what I'm going to do is going to be showing you a couple of things. As I have orange over here, I'm going to do is increase the size again by selecting on my selection tool. I'm going to do is increase the size, and you can see the anchor is over here. I'm going to do is take it and increase the size like this. The next thing I'm going to do is going to be, let's say if you want to start like adding in more or start making more duplicates, what are you going to do? To do that, what you're going to do is press on Control and D. I'm going to do is take it right above here. You can see that I have a lot of them. Press on Control D again, and it will make another duplicate, and you'll be able to make more duplicates just like this. Okay, now you know how you'll be able to do it. So the functioning keys are Control and D. And if you want to see that, just go off to, let's say, edit, okay, and you will find that duplicate is Control plus D. If you want to split the layers, you will be able to do that, Control, Shift, and D. But one thing is that when I'm going to click on it, you will find out that it is going to look like this, right? Okay, now I'm going to make more of it. And if you want to like rotate it or drag or like change the size, you can do that. If you want to do this, okay. Now the other thing is that, let's say I'm going to click on another one. Hit on enter. And then if you want to select on the text from over here, you will be able to select different ones from over here too. And if you double click on it, you will be able to edit in the text too. But what happens if you want to change the text on all of them? Okay, let's say I'm going to do select the text over here. So I'm going to do is click on my text box, which is this one, or maybe let's say this one. I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to type in apples. Then I will have to like select on the other ones too, and then change it according to my desire. Let's say I'm going to click on orange 18. I have to cut it off, and I'm going to type in apples. Okay, but instead of that, I will not be able to change the text on each and every one. But if you want to like save the time to do that, what you're going to do is start off using pre-composition and change all of them at once. First off, what you're going to do is I'm going to zoom out a bit, and I'm going to do is delete all of them. Let's say I'm going to do is keep just one of this, which is this one, right? And instead of that, I'm going to do is select all of them, control, hold onto control, or hold on to shift and delete. Just increase the size from over here and find out the ones which I actually need. I'm going to delete all of them. Now as they are deleted, I only have like one of it, right? What I'm going to do is decrease the size. Now the first thing I'm going to do is make pre-composition. To do that, I'm going to do is start off doing that. I'm going to do is press on undo, press on delete, keep it under over here. Okay, alright, I'm just going to keep it over here. Let me see the timings and all of those, and after I'm done, I'm going to click on this. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on composition. From here, you will find out on the layer option, there is an option called pre-compose. So I'm going to do is first off click on over here and pre-compose. And you don't have to do anything over here. What you're going to do is adjust composition during the time span of the selected layers. Click on OK. And the pre-composition has been done. You can see orange 2 comp 1. Okay, so this is my first text, or this is the layer. Now what I'm going to do is going to be make more copies of it. So I'm going to do the same thing, select on the selection tool. Let's say I'm going to do is make more copies like this. Okay, let me just press on control, or let's say just hold on to alt and make more copies. Just control D. See, it is very simple. Control D, control D. Now you see that we have a couple of these options. I can double click on it too, and then make some changes on it. What I'm going to do is go over the layer properties, which is the first one, and cut off this part because I don't need it right now. Now as I'm done with this part, so I have to like fix out this text, right? So I'm going to do is select on this. I'm going to cut it off. Let's say I'm going to type in alpha. Double click. Just this one. I'm going to cut it off. Alpha. Hit on enter. I'm going to go over to layer properties, and you can see that all of the text has changed. So this is basically how you'll be able to do pre-composition, and which is like very simple. Another advantage I'm going to show you, because you can see that all of them are in layers. If you want to like select on them, just select on it. First off, select the first one, which is our first. Okay, so I'm going to do is select on this. Let's say I'm going to select on the first composition, and here I'm going to do is rasterize the layer. But first off, I'm going to do is select on this pan behind, but you can also use another tool which is called interested region. So I'm going to click on interested region over here, and then I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the part which I actually need. Let's say I'm going to do is select on this part. So this will be it. I'm going to do is keep it a bit more congested. Now as it is done, I'm going to do is select on this layer or mask option. Click on new mask. You will be able to mask that up, but if you don't want to mask that up, that's like totally up to you. But what I'm going to do is click on this composition and prop comp to region interest. I'm going to click on it, And that is done over here. I'm gonna do is go off to layer composition, and now you can see all of them are small in size. Okay, you'll be able to increase the size, do whatever you want. But another advantage of I'm going to show you, I'm going to do is rasterize the effect, and so that it turns into a vector graphics. So I'm going to take this one, and obviously this is okay, this is orange to comp 1, right? I'm going to click on this part, and I'm going to do is rasterize it. First off, toggle switch modes. I'm going to do is rasterize it. I'm going to do is increase the size, and you can see that the pixels are still not, you know, like getting damaged. But if I do not rasterize it, you will find out that the pixels will get damaged because it is going to contain a specific resolution, so that if you increase it, it will get damaged, but if you decrease it, it might not. So I'm going to click on over here so that it turns into a vector graphic. Then you can like increase it however you want. That's like totally up to you. You can like increase the size up to a lot, yet you will find out the, you know, the picture or the specific alphabet or whatever there is, it's not losing any resolution. So that is basically the work of this tool, which I showed you in my previous lesson. Okay, so hope you understood everything about pre-composition. Okay, you will be able to do a lot more than these. Okay, I'm going to do is decrease the size a bit more. You'll be able to rotate it and do whatever you want, but I'm gonna suggest you to, like, you know, obviously rasterize each and every of these text or whatever object you apply in your specific, you know, project. So that is basically what, you know, pre-composition is. So I'm gonna do is click on composition, and you will find out other options too, because all of them are, you know, related to layers and also composition. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and hope you understood everything. And in the next lesson, we are going to learn about layering properties and all of the tools which we are going to use on it. So let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about layer property. Well, what is layer property? Each of the objects or each of the videos, or let's say audio or maybe photos or even text, all of them has different properties such as opacity, then we have position, anchor, and all of those. And to do that, or like let's say to get the details and fix it or make more changes on it, we will be able to do that from going through our layer, or let's say our timeline panel. And in our timeline panel, there are a couple of things such as this options and these options. Well, we are going to work on our left side today, because there is where we are going to find our layer property. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to start getting to know a bit more about the layer properties of each and every object that we find out. So the first thing we're going to do is, you can see that we have 4 of these objects over here. One is 2Rex, layer property comp 1, which is the composition 1. Then we have is blue fill, which is applied over here. And the last one is our video. First stuff I'm going to do is play it up. And this is basically how it will look like. Okay. But what if we want to make some more changes on it? Let's say position it and also fix the opacity, change the anchor and all of those. And also find out the degrees of each and every one. So what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this option, which you can see from over here. And you'll find out these options such as anchor point, position, scale, rotation, and opacity. You can see all of them are on default. But what if I want to make some more changes? Let's say we are going to start off with our opacity. And when you extend each and every one, you will find the same ones, but you might also find like mask, effects, and then transform. You can see effects and transform. And over here, we also have content, as you can increase that size, or like you will see like all of the details that are available in a specific layer. So I'm going to do is decrease the sizes of these, and let's just go to the 4th one, which is going to be our video. In our video, I'm going to do is find out the opacity. Now you can hold onto your left mouse key. Whenever you drag your mouse on this number, you'll find out it will turn into an arrow. Then you can drag it by holding onto your left mouse key and then left or right to increase or decrease your opacity. You can do the same thing on all of these. Let's say if I want to fix the rotation, I'm going to fix it up like this. I'm going to decrease it. And then from here, I'm gonna fix the degrees. You can see it will look like this. See? It's like very simple. I'm gonna keep it to be somewhere around over here. You can also type in if you want to. That's like totally up to you. You can also do the same thing with scale, but here's this option of constraint proportion. You can do by clicking on Alt plus click sets of dimension to the same value. I'm gonna click on it if you want to, but if you don't want to click on it, you can also keep it like this. Then you will be able to individually fix it up. Okay, you can see 49, 49. If you like keep it on, it will change up in the same way. You can see on all sides. This is also 67. This is also going to be 67. Now you will see it will look like this. But if you like click on it, you will see that it will look like this. Okay, one side will be, you know, changed, but while the other will not be. So keep it on like this and then fix it up however you want. Now the last one, or before the last one, we have our position. Well, positioning is a very important thing to do in Adobe After Effects. To do that, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on position. This is also the same way. What you're going to do is fix it up by holding or going to left or right, and then you will get your result. Now, one thing you will ask that how will I be able to rotate it instead of this rotation? Let's say we are working on a text. Well, I'm also going to show it to you, okay? But let's just finish up this position and anchor point first. What I'm going to do is find out, and you will be able to drag it through your, you know, panel over and over again and find out your perfect position and then place it up. Now, as you can see, we have our anchor point, which is going to be this dot over here. First thing I'm going to do is select on the selection tool, and you will find out, let me just go off to composition layer. I'm going to cut this off. And you have seen that we have our anchor right at the center. What if you want to change it? So you'll be able to change it by two ways. First is going to be our anchor point. You can see this is how it will be done. But you can see from this, you will see that your photo is, you know, like changing side by side. I'm going to do is keep it over here. And you can see that we have our photo or our anchor right over here, but still we have our photo right around here. Okay, but now as it is in the center, I'm gonna do is keep it like this. Okay, another thing I'm gonna do is going to be fixing our rotation. It's a lot more better. Now as we have it, we are also done with this anchor point. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Okay, that is also up to you. What if you want to find out the 0 point on each and every one? Because this is X and this is Y. First thing you're going to do is going to be clicking on info. What I'm going to do is click on info again. I'm going to close the panel. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be finding out 0. You'll find out 0 right somewhere over here. You can still see it is like 16.4. I'm gonna do is find out that one. Now you can see over here we find our 0 or somewhere around over here. But what if you want to do the, let's say I'm gonna disable snapping first. First thing I'm gonna do is going to be keeping it somewhere around over here. And I'm gonna do is find out our anchor. To do or like fix our anchor, what we're gonna do is click on this option. We have pan behind, anchor point tool. I'm gonna do is take it somewhere around over here. Keep it somewhere around over at 0. Well, 0 is somewhere around over here, but we can also keep it on X like 0 over here. But first thing I'm gonna do is click on this option and do zoom out. First off, let's go to layer properties. Okay, we are done with this. I'm gonna do is click on composition 1 or composition 2, whichever one you prefer. And I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on this and then find out somewhere around here. So I'm gonna take it somewhere around over here at our 0 point. Now if you want to like click on snapping so that your anchor will go ahead to these boxes. So I'm going to do is click on snapping. You can see this is how it will look like. and that will turn into an anchor. Okay, then you will be able to rotate it. If you want to rotate it, just click on this option or press on W, and then you'll be able to change this however you want. See, this is like very simple. I'm gonna keep it somewhere around over here. I can also keep it somewhere like this. Okay, so it is like perfectly fixed. So this looks a lot more better. So this is basically how you will be able to do a bit of work and know a bit more about layer properties and also how to work with them. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on these options. Now, let's say as we are done with this anchor point, and if you don't want any of the edits that has been made on your specific project, we also have this option of reset. Just click on reset and it will revert back to its usual self and how it actually was. Okay, so this is like very simple, and also Adobe After Effects helps you a lot in such a way so that you get all of the functionality which you need to work in Adobe After Effects and get an end result. Now, as we are quite done with our, let's say, transform option, which we found out in a layer properties, well, one thing is that you can also type in, just like I told you. Let's say I'm going to type in 0, hit on enter, and it is like over here. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to just cut it off and type in 0, hit on enter. Now we have our, let's say, anchor right over here. What I'm going to do is zoom out. I'm going to do is decrease the size of, let's say, the photo. We can do that too. See, this is like very simple to do. So we are almost done with our, let's say, work with our transform layer properties. But obviously there are a couple more of them, just like I told you. And our blue fill option, or let's say our blue fill, let's say this object, we have our effects option. And in our effect, we have, let's say, fill. In our fill, we have these options, and you can also get access to them from our options panel. But as I have turned it off, I'm going to do is keep it like this. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. And you can also close, let's say, all of them. Now from here you can change the color however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it white, press on OK, and that will be directly applied. Okay, so this is like very simple to work with. You can also invert it, press on, and you can see it is inverted. Now you can see we have this grayish vibe on this photo, but if I turn on invert, it will turn a bit darkish. Okay, so this is basically how it actually works. I'm going to do is increase the size, and you can see the vignette is increasing. So we already know how we can work with our, let's say, layer properties. You can go through each and every of these tools and, you know, find out your end result so that you can like get your final result and see how those actually work. Okay, you can do it literally on most of the layers which you are going to apply in Adobe After Effects in your project. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. You need to learn about layer property. And also, if you want to like add more changes, you can just go over to toggle switches and make more changes from over here, which is also correlated on the same part as layer properties. But obviously, if you want to get more detailed, you have to like just click on toggle switches mode and then, you know, extend it and then, you know, make changes on it however you want. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And also, let's move on to our next lesson where we are going to learn about wireframes, or known as keyframe basics. Welcome back to another lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about keyframe basics. Okay, so what basically is keyframe basics? Basically, what keyframing is the simplest form of animating an object, based on the notion that an object has a beginning state or condition and will be changing over time in position, form, color, luminosity, or any other property to some different, or let's say defined, final form. Okay, so we are going to learn all about keyframe basics in this lesson. As you can see that I have no extra object or let's say video, audio, or anything applied to this project, okay, or this composition. Only what I have is this background and also just a text. But we are going to learn, or let's say learn all about let's say keyframe basic just by this, okay, as I can keep it like super simple and also show you all of the things which you need to learn about the first step of animation. As you can see that I have my, let's say, object over here or layer. First we have is our text, then we have is our transform. Well, all of them are like perfectly fixed. You can also fix it through here, but that's like totally up to you if you want to start like editing a bit more. You can also reset it. And then we have is our text source, okay? And the first thing I'm going to do is going to be keeping it somewhere around like here. And you can see when I play it, it will just play on, right? There is literally no change. But what if I want to make some changes over here? First off, the thing what we're going to do is going to be first off opening up transform, okay? And here in our transform, let's say instead of transform, we can also open up text. We have our source text, okay? So this is the main part. And over here we have our stopwatch, which is the time vary stopwatch. You can also toggle abilities, okay? This is the basic of how you'll be able to animate it. Let's say I'm going to do is take it somewhere around here. And here I'm going to do is click on this stopwatch. Now you will see that something like this dot will appear up. And this is the keyframe. So now a keyframe from this time has been made. Okay, you can like keep it on anywhere and make some changes. Now what I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over, let's say on 3, and make another of it. Let's say instead of them, I'm going to do is keep it around over here and make the keyframe over here. And to add it off, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around here. And I'm going to do is animate it. First I'm going to do is animate it. And I'm going to do is obviously start on something else. Anchor point. Let's say I'm going to keep it somewhere over here. I'm going to start playing it. Now as I've started playing it, I'm going to do is keep it around over here. I'm going to do is copy, Control D. You can do that too, but that's like totally up to you if you want to do that. But if you don't want to do that, just press on Control Z and you'll be good to go. Then I'm going to do is going to be, you will also be able to do that by going through these options. And in this option, what we're going to do is find out, let's say, keyframe, okay? Well, keyframing is like very important for that. So you'll be able to go through animation and also save in all of those, but you will not find, let's say, keyframe basics, even though it's like the similar one to animation. So to do that, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. And I'm going to do is, let's say, as we are done with this part, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here as our layer has been made. Now I'm going to do is going to be start animation. Let's say I'm going to do is start on tracking. You'll be able to do that. But if you don't want tracking or just keep it simple, I'm going to do is keep it around over here. And I'm going to do is take it somewhere over here. Let's say I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. Double click on it, select on the selection tool. And I'm going to take it somewhere around over here. Click on this option. And first thing I'm going to do is keep it over here. I'm going to like paste another one, anchor it. And we have our anchor over here, which you can see. And yet you can see that there is literally no changes. So first thing I'm going to do is keep the anchor over here and cancel it up. And I'm going to do is paste it somewhere around over here. I'm going to take it up again. Now you'll be able to make the changes. Now as we did our part, now you can see it will look like this. Then I'm going to do is play it up. Now you basically learned about how you can actually start animating it, even though it's not that good, but now you know how you'll be able to do it, right? So you just have to find out the specific time. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. First off, I'm going to do is click on this, delete it. Okay, so this is deleted. I'm going to do is delete it to again. I'm going to do is find out, I'm going to keep it delete. Now we don't have any text. I'm going to do is apply in a text box again. And here I'm going to type in, let's say, this is the Okay, let me just type in this is it. Okay, now we are done. I'm gonna do is cut it off something like this. Okay, now we are done over here. I'm gonna keep it around again. Now I'm gonna turn on snapping. First off, I'm gonna do keep it like this. Click on this option, and I'm gonna do is keep it somewhere around over here. Keep it in the middle. But if you want to turn snapping on, you can also do that, so that it will help you to keep it at the center or maybe at the left or right side. I'm gonna do the same thing over here, which I did in the first one. So I'm gonna do is, you can also keep this on if you want to, but I'm gonna keep it on, and also keep it like this, okay, which is going to be like smooth lines. You can see from over here. But if you keep that to be something like this, it will become more, you know, it will be just be more visible. Okay, the pixels. I'm gonna do is keep it like this. Now I'm gonna do the same thing, increase the size, and here I'm gonna do is go over to transform, and I'm gonna do it with position this time. So I'm gonna find out this point. So let's say I'm gonna keep it on 0.15. Click on this position, and what I'm gonna do is going to be keeping my, let's say I'm gonna keep it over here, and this is going to be somewhere around over here. I'm gonna do is keep it like this. This is going to be my text where it's going to start off from. I'm gonna do is keep it over here. I'm gonna select on this tool. I'm gonna do is keep it around over here. Okay, now we are quite done. But if it's still not done, what I'm gonna do is click on this, delete, and here I'm gonna delete this too. The first thing I'm gonna do is take it off 0 and 1. I'm gonna do is take this text over here and find the anchor. I'm gonna do is click on this option, keep the snapping on, keep it over here, select on position, and just find this one, and I'm gonna do is drag it around over here. Okay, now it works a lot more better. I'm gonna do is keep it around over here and play it up. Now you will see that it will obviously change, okay, but it will obviously take a bit of time. So I'm gonna do is first off delete these, and I'm gonna do the same thing, click on position, then I'm gonna do is take it somewhere around over here. Okay, just take it up first as we've done our position. Then I'm gonna do is take this up over here, select tool, and position it around over here. We are done. Play it up. Now you can see this is how the animation will actually look like, and this is what basically keyframe basic is. But there is also a bit difference. So I'm gonna do is right click on it, and you'll find out keyframe assist. Well, this is also very simple. Well, let's just take this up. I'm gonna do is undo all of the things which I did. Now we have no keyframe basic. I'm gonna do is duplicate it, Control D, and paste it around over here. Now first thing I'm gonna do is decrease the size of this. Let's say I'm gonna keep it shift so that we get a perfect result. Do the same thing over here. We'll hold on to shift and decrease the size. And I'm gonna do is keep it around over here. Now I'm gonna do is going to be keeping this one. I'm gonna do is position it the same way. Position. We've done with our position over here. Now I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on the selection tool, as we've done with our position. I'm gonna do is drag it somewhere around over here, so that we get our animation. I'm gonna do is keep it around again over here. I'm gonna do is find out this point, position, okay. Now I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna right click on it, and I'm gonna do is keyframe assist. You can do that too. You can first off select on effects and turn on effect option. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna find out that position first. This is going to be it. I'm gonna open it up, find out transform, click on position, and I'm gonna find out somewhere where I need it to change, and then I'm gonna do is change this one too. And as we're done, what I'm going to do is decrease or decrease the size of this. And I'm going to do is obviously, now to do that, what I'm going to do is extend the size. Let's say I'm going to do this on the next one or the second one. I'm going to open up transform, and from position I'm going to do is select out these parts. Then I'm going to do is right click on it or right click on these options, and here I will find out keyframe assistant. Now you can use these options: ease, easy ease, easy ease in, and easy ease out. From here I'm going to do select on easy ease, then it will turn into a lot smoother. You can see this is a lot more smoother. I'm going to increase the size over here. Then I'm going to do is keep it around over here again. Now you can see this is a lot smoother than that one. Now what I'm going to do is decrease this option again. And I'm going to do is pause it up. And here on these options, we are going to open up our graph so that we can see our, let's say, the speed of our transition, which is happening over here. To do that, we are going to open up fast previews, or let's say I'm going to open up fast previews and find out wireframes. Well, this is the wireframes over here. Well, this is the size of the object that is appearing on your specific object, or the border that is appearing outside of the text. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on this again, off. So this is basically it on how it will actually function. Then we can also zoom in and zoom out however you want. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. You're going to do the same thing with this one too. But here, if you want to open a graph, you first off, let's say I'm going to click on full, do zoom out a bit or zoom out like this, and you will find out grids. Well, you will be able to position it according to your desire too. Okay, that's like totally up to you how you're going to position or start working over there. But I'm going to do is turn it off too. I'm going to do is turn it off. And here we are going to go on our graph editor. And right beside this eyeball icon, we are going to find out an option of choose graph type, and make sure to like edit speed graph or show this graph tooltip and all of those. So I'm going to do is going to be show reference graph to make sure to turn that on. And here we are going to find out, let's say I'm going to do is increase the size again, and you will find out something like this. This will happen over here. Then I'm going to do is find out the speed graph. So I'm going to do is turn it on. Make sure to turn it on, fit all graphs to view. Then we're going to click on this again. And then from over here, auto select graph type. Then you will find out basically all the like differences which you are going to find out in a specific result. Let's say from here, we are going to open it up again. Let's say I'm going to do is turn it off. And here we are going to find it off on this part, right? So I'm going to do is zoom in, keep it somewhere around over here, as this is basically it. I'm going to open up graph chart, and from here we are going to find out our animation. So when you turn on this option, which is going to be edit speed graph and show this graph tooltip, you'll find out that in this graph option, several of these things will appear up, and this is the speed of animation which is happening. So you can see this is how it will look like. You'll be able to change the pace of this too, and also change this value like this, selection of it, and then change it however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this, and here I'm going to do is fix it up, find out this position too, also fix this part like this. Okay, that's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. So this is basically it on how you'll be able to work with keyframes and also find out the ease. Now let's say I'm going to do is play it up. Do is take my time indicator over here. You can see this is a lot more smoother than how it actually was. But as you can see that this animation is now like getting slower when it's hitting this point, because now I've decreased this, let's say, the speed. But if I increase it, let's say I'm going to do is increase it like this or decrease it like this, you'll find out this will be a lot like, a lot slower than how it actually is. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here and play it up. Let's say I'm going to play it, and this is basically it. Okay, but if you increase the size, then it will speed up. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it around over here, now you will see that it will just change its pace. Now it's like decreasing, now again decreased, and again increase the speed. So this is basically how it works in Adobe After Effects. I'm going to do is keep it like this, and you will see suddenly it will become a lot faster. Okay, so I'm going to keep it or just play it up. See? Now you know basically how it works. So this is basically how you'll be able to work with graphs and also work with keyframe, the basics, and let's say ease in and out. Let me show you to you again. Let's say if you want to do it with the first one, extend the size, extend where you started working on or put in your, let's say, transformation or your, let's say, keyframe. So I'm going to open this up again, transform. I'm going to do select these, right click on it, and you will find out keyframe assist. So I'm going to do is turn out easy ease in and start playing in. And you can see it is easy easing in. I'm going to right click on it and ease out. I'm going to play it, and this is basically how it will work. Okay, so you have 3 of these options you will be able to work with, and if you want to fix your velocity, you'll be able to do that too, and fix out your keyframes and press on OK, and then you're good to go. Hope you understood everything about this lesson on keyframe basics, and also the ease in part, and also the speeds of a keyframe, of how you'll be able to start making your animation. Okay, so let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about spatial interpolation. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In our previous lesson, we learned about keyframe basics and also about ease. Well, that was the first step of animation, which we did in this course. Now, we are going to learn a bit more about animation and also the trail. Okay, so the thing we're going to learn about is going to be spatial interpolation. Well, that is also keyframe related. Okay, and you have to like fix up a couple of things to do that. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson. As you can see that I have still the same content which I used in my previous lesson open. Well, I'm going to start off from this part again. Okay, but here I'm going to do is make some edits. So I'm going to do is first off, make some changes over here, and I'm going to delete both of them because I'm not going to need any of them. And I'm going to add in my content on my own. First off, I'm going to do is going to be zooming in, and let's say here I'm going to make up my text. Let's say I'm going to type in Y. So I already have it. I'm going to do is decrease the size and keep it somewhere around over here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be keeping it somewhere around over here so that I can get a perfect visual. I'm going to zoom in a bit more, and I'm going to take it somewhere around over here. Or let's say I'm going to keep it at the middle because I'm going to need only one of these contents. I'm not going to need like 2 of them. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be make up a decent or a straight animation or the movement path. The first stuff I'm going to do is fix out my, let's say I'm going to take this option, click on it, and keep the anchor in the middle. Now as I have my anchor in the middle, I'm going to do is increase the size, go up to transformation, and here I'm going to position it in such a way so that I can get let's say animation. First I'm going to do is keep it here over here. Let's say 3.3115 is like perfect. Here I'm going to do is make up my position over here or anchor this point. And over here I'm going to do is drag it. Even if I drag it, I'm going to do is going to be, let's say instead of this anchor, I'm going to drag the whole thing. Select tool and drag it somewhere over here. Okay, that works. But if you hold on to shift, it will get locked on whichever axis you're using. If it's vertical or like horizontal, it will be in a straight line. Okay, so make sure to hold on to shift. Okay, so I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. Okay, now we have a straight line. As we have a straight line, I'm going to do is keep it over here a bit more. Now it is like perfect. Now I'm gonna do is play it up first. Play. And do is decrease all of them. I'm gonna take it over here. So you can see the animation has been made. As the animation has been made, what I'm gonna do is going to be make the spatial interpolation. Now, as we have our straight line over here, we can see from over here that we have our straight animation, okay? But what if we want it to be in a curve? Well, obviously we can make an arc, right? So how will we make an arc? So sometimes people might think that we can make an arc by making or adding up more, let's say, points over here. Let's say here I'm going to do is make up another one. Let's say I'm going to do is just click on this selection tool and let me just undo it and zoom in. And let's say some might think that I'm going to make another one over here. And then after a while, I'm going to make another one. Let's say like this. And then another one over here, right? Something like this. But that doesn't basically work, okay? It will just go into points and then reach out and at the end. So I'm gonna do is keep it around at the beginning and start it, and you will see that it is just going to points and then, you know, making it up. But you don't have to do that because that is going to take a lot of time. So I'm gonna do is delete all of them. Just select on each and every keyframes and press on delete. And it will be deleted. Even though it's like at the center, now I'm going to keep it at the center. Okay, hold on to shift. You have a perfect, you know, straight line. So next what I'm going to do is going to be make Bezier. Okay, that is like very simple to do. And to do that, what we're going to do is make up a bit more. So from here, I'm going to do is first off delete it. So I'm not going to need the center one. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on one of them, right click on it. And you will find out an option called this keyframe interpolation. Click on it and you will find out two of these options. First off is going to be linear. Select whichever one you want. So I'm going to do select on linear, and on the spatial interpolation, which we are going to show, you can select linear, Bezier, or auto Bezier, or continuous Bezier. From here, I'm going to do select on Bezier. I'm going to click on OK, and you will find out that the end of those lines or end of those animation will turn into these handles. So I'm going to click on over here, and you can see the same thing over here. We have our handle. Okay, now what I'm going to do first is going to be selecting our Y and keeping it at the center. Now as we have our center, I'm going to do select on it and then select on this and hold on to your handles and make an arc. So I'm going to do the same thing on this side too. I'm going to press on Ctrl Z. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. And we have our path ready. Now I'm going to do is play it off. You can see basically this is how it will look like. Okay, so this is like very simple to do. So I'm going to keep it somewhere in the middle. I'm going to play it again. Now you can see this is basically how it will look like. And one thing you have to keep in mind that if it's not on loop, okay, what you're going to do is just go off the preview. You'll find an option over here. Okay, I'm going to do is keep it at the beginning. And we have this tool of click change loop option. This is like one loop, and let me play it. And it will just end at once, okay? So that is basically it on how you will be able to do it. But make sure to keep it on loop so that you can get the result over and over again and get the preview so that you don't have to like play it over and over again, play like hit on your like space bar and all of those. Okay, so I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. Now, what we're going to do is going to be opening up continuous Bezier. To do that, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the same thing. I'm going to click on preview first. And then I'm going to do is first off, zoom in. We have two of these options. So I'm going to do is delete one of them. Now, as we have one of them, I'm going to do is right click on it again. Go off the keyframe interpolation and select on continuous Bezier. I'm going to press on OK.
And then I'm going to do is make different ones. So I'm going to do is click it like this, and you'll be able to change the diagram and change it however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is click it over here. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it right here. And what I'm going to do is going to be zooming in. I'm going to do is find out the ones. Okay, let me just find out the centerpiece. Now I'm going to do is make up another one over here. This is the third. Okay, the third, let's say, keyframe in between. Now I'm going to do is, we see two handles when you use continuous Bezier. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this. Now let's play it up and see how it looks like. Well, it's going to continue the path which I made. Okay, you can see there is the small loop, and then it goes a bit back. Okay, so this is basically how it is going to function. So I'm going to keep it over here, and then you will find another option. Let's say I'm going to do is click on it, and then press on Control and Alt, and then you'll be able to fix it up on one side because now it is like independent. Okay, I'm going to make a loop. Let's say I'm going to play it up, and you will find out that it's going to loop and then go back. Then you will also be able to fix the speed just like I showed you from the graph, selecting on it, and then select on, let's say I'm going to make the speed a bit lower. Do the same thing over here. Even though if it's like this, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around like this. So it will be a bit slower over here. So I'm going to do is play it like this. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing over here. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it like this, and now it's a bit slower. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to work with spatial interpolation. Well, just like I told you, just follow these steps. I'm going to press on Control Z, so I'm going to keep it like this. You can like change it however you want, and if you go in between any of these lines and then make up another one, you will be able to make another keyframe in between them. I'm going to do this again over here, keep it over here, and fix it up according to your desire. Now I'm going to do is keep it at the beginning and play it, and now you will have this type of animation or transition going on with your text by using spatial interpolation. So that is basically what spatial interpolation is all about. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And obviously if you want to make it a lot smoother, just go off to this graph and then select the animation and then change it however you want. Okay, that's like totally up to you. So let's move on to our next lesson where we are going to learn about mask and also the masking options. So let's move on to that lesson. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about masks and how you'll be able to apply the mask effect in Adobe After Effects compositions. Well, masking is a very essential tool or essential task to do in Adobe After Effects to get results, to get like, you know, good colors, to get good contrast and all of those. Okay, masking is like very important. Let me just give you a small example. I'm going to click on this rectangle tool and make up the rectangle tool over here. And we have our mask available on this first one. Now you will find an option called this, let's say, mask. From here, you can select whichever one you want. When I select on subtract, you can see that it is becoming dark. I'm going to click on, let's say, intersect, then it is again visible. I'm going to click on lighten, it is still visible, darken, visible, and difference is still visible. But when you click on add or subtract, I'm going to click on subtract, it will not be visible. I'm going to click on my selection tool and move it, and yet you can see that I have my content right below it. So this is actually making up a small layer. So now you know a bit about what mask is. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be removing all of them, okay? Because I don't need any of them. I'm going to click on this one to delete. Now I'm going to do is going to be making up a new composition. And in the new composition, I'm going to show you masking with shapes. I'm going to click on this new main comp. I'm going to click on file and then open up new composition. Click on this. Let's say this is going to be solids. Now from here, select up the resolution, whichever one you want to use. Let's say I'm gonna use this one, and from here I'm gonna use the frame rate to be 40 frames. Now I don't want drop frames. I'm gonna click on that, and the background should be black in color. I'm gonna press on OK. Now I have 40 frames per second and also a panel. Now let's say I'm gonna do is make up a couple of shapes by using my pencil, because I'm going to show you the individuality, how that actually functions and all of it. Now click on this pencil. You'll be able to select out whichever color you want. Let's say I'm going to click on somewhere around blue. Press on OK. I'm going to do is going to be making one like this. Now as I have it, I'm going to do is making up more like this. Let's say I also have it. You can see basically how it actually functions. So I'm going to click on the selection tool, and as I have all of them together, I'm going to do is keep it up like here. Now see one thing, I'm going to click on this mask option, like increase the size. I'm going to use is select on each and every one of them. I'm going to do select on content, and you have shape 1 2 3 for all of them, and obviously from there you have add option, right? And in the add option you will be able to use this content, or let's say the masking option. So first I'm going to do is going to be decreasing the size of this, no content, and go up to transform and fix out the position. And from there what we're going to do is going to be clicking on content again, and here let's say I'm going to click on whichever color you want to use. Let's say I want to multiply. Now from here on the shape 2, I'm going to be increasing all of them. First I'm going to do is increase the size of this, and you can see that there are a lot of these shapes. So 4 of these shapes, and 4 of these are like, you know, the normal ones. But you will be able to fix out the fill, stroke, and path however you want. But if you want to add in mask, just click on this rectangle tool. I'm going to do is add in a mask. And after the mask is added, the next thing I'm going to do is going to be obviously something else. I'm going to click on the shape option. And from here, as I have a new layer, if you don't have a new layer, what you're going to do is just make your own one. Press on Ctrl Z, go off to layers, press on new, click on let's say solids, or whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to click on solid, press on OK, and that layer has been added. Now I'm going to do is take it down below. Now what I'm going to do is going to be adding in that shape. I'm going to do is make up that shape over here, and after I make up that shape, I'm going to do is mask it off. It's going to take a bit of a time to render, and as it is rendered, I'm going to do selection on the selection tool. You can see from over here we have it. Now I'm going to do is going to be click on add, and I can subtract it, or like let's say I'm going to click on intersect. Let's say I'm going to keep it on difference, or whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to keep it on add or subtract, and you can see how it basically looks like. You can see the gray part has been, you know, selected and also kept it over here. So this is basically how it actually functions, and also now you can see it is like right below them. If you want to add in like mask to like individual stuffs, let's say I'm going to do is click on it. From here you'll be able to select on whichever color you want. Let's say I'm going to click on darken or lighten, pin light, or whichever one you prefer. Just select on it and it will be applied. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to mask on shapes. Now first thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting on them, control, and I will delete them too. Delete, because I don't need them anymore. Now what I'm going to do is open up a photo. I'm going to click on import, file. Now I have my photo over here, which is applied. I'm going to do is select on this, and I'm going to do is paste it right around here. It will take a bit of a time to like render up. I'm going to do is minimize the size, hold on to shift so that you get a perfect result. Okay, we got it. I'm going to do is zoom in, and the first thing I'm going to do is you cannot rasterize a photo, so I'm going to keep it like this. Okay, I'm going to do is decrease the size of this so that I can get you know, like more spaces over here. So I'm going to do is going to be making mask or adding in layers so that we can use a bit of color pops and a bit more vignettes, which we'll be able to apply. But first off, we're going to learn about how we can apply in solids, because solid is like very important to apply. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this as we are done. We also have it over here. So I'm going to do is decrease the size. So now I'm going to do is going to be, let's say, to add in solid, we can add in solid from over here. Let's say I'm going to cut it off because we don't need it anymore. Or you can use a start comp. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. I'm going to do is going to be adding up this photo over here so that it is applied. And I'm going to do is do the same thing, like, you know, decreasing the size. and that has been applied. So we have our perfect result. Now we are going to add in our, let's say, layer, or let's say the solid. You can go from here, new, and click on solid, and you'll be able to add in whichever layer you want. From here, you can make comp size. You can select the color, select whichever color you want. Let's say I'm gonna choose somewhere around this. I'm gonna click on OK, press on OK, and you're good to go. We have our solid applied, but what we're gonna do is going to be making it a bit different. So I'm gonna first off select on this and increase the size. The first thing I'm gonna do is increase the size of this, and here we have our transform. Here in a transform, I'm gonna do is fix out our opacity. Even though we have it, now we can see a greenish tint in the photo. You'll be able to do that with this, but if you wanted to fix the modes, you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to do is lighten. From here, let's just select on hard light. Now we have a bit of difference on it. I'm going to click on this as we are done with it. I'm going to click on it. Now we are done on this part. Composition starter. You can see it looks a lot more better. Now let's do it with a bit of shape. So first thing I'm going to do is click on the shape option. Alright, click on it. From here, I'm going to do is select another one. Let's say I'm going to use the pencil. Now, first off, in the pencil, I'm going to select on this. From here, I want this yellow type of tint. So I'm going to click on OK. Now I'm going to do is select on this. Select on this. Now as it is done, next thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on it. And from here, I'm going to do is clicking on content. In our content on transform, I'm going to do is use this opacity, decrease it. And from here, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on mode. I'm going to do is select on, let's say, subtract, which is also a bit different. I'm going to do is Control Z. Now you can see how it actually looks like. I'm going to click on composition. Can see the difference of this. This basically looks a lot more different, like a lot better. You can see the difference on this side and also on that side. Now you can see basically what it actually looks. Now let's play it, and you can see there is this line, but we don't want this line. So to do that, I'm gonna do is going to be select on the subtract. From here, I'm gonna use exclusive and see basically how it works. That's still visible. From here, I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on our feather. Press on F. You find out that option of F will appear up. Select on this. So basically what you can see that it is making a lot of difference on the photo. But you can also delete them. Let's say I'm going to do is delete these parts, shape and layer. We're going to have our photo over here. If you want to like make up another layer, you can go through here. Or you can also go off the layer and click on new. From here, just select on solid. Select on whichever color you want. Let's say I'm going to do select on this. Select this color, press on OK. And select on whichever units you want. Press on OK. And we have it. Basically, I'm going to do is remove this part first. And I'm going to click on the solid option and select whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to do is click on over here. As we have it over here, I'm going to do is keep it underneath or maybe a bit above so that I can get a tint of that color. From here, I'm going to do select on this, and you have this mode option, pin light, or whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to do select on subtract. Let's say from here I want pin light, or let's say I'm going to click on soft light. Okay, you can see the color has changed. Click on transform and fix the opacity. You can see it looks a lot more better, and also quite similar to the one which we used like a bit ago. You can use the rectangle tool too and make up, let's say I'm going to do is make it up like this. And from here, I'm going to do is click on rectangle, increase the size. From here, let's say instead of stroke, I'm going to do is darken up, no stroke, or you can also use no stroke at all. I'm going to click on add, and let's say I'm going to click on this group empty. And from here, I'm going to do is remove this or fix out the opacity. You'll be able to do that too. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. You can see we have this yellow tint on over here. Now what I'm going to do is also fix on it, right click on it and select it up and mask it up. Click on new mask, and the new mask has been applied. And after the new mask has been applied, what you can do is going to be click on mask and click on add. and fix up on darken or whichever one you want. Let's say make difference, or maybe intersect, or maybe like subtract. So that is how basically you'll be able to add in that mask if there is like no mask available over there. So I'm gonna do is remove it, and I'm gonna do is click on over here, go up to transform, and fix out the opacity. Let's say I'm gonna do is keep it 100%. Even though I have a subtract, I'm gonna click on insert intersect, click on lighten, or maybe click on darken, whichever one you want. That's like totally up to you, or make difference. But if you click on subtract, it will be removed, or click on add, and then you will be able to fix the opacity however you want. Okay, so this is basically how you will be able to work with mask. And if you want to make it with the first one, let's say I'm going to click on the photo, do is remove these contents, click on the photo, and I'm going to do is add in a new mask, right click, mask, new mask, and I'm going to do is click on over here, right click on it, mask it up, click on mask option. I'm going to add in, let's say I'm going to use darken or whichever one you want. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. Okay, now you basically know how you'll be able to add in mask. But another thing is going to be a bit different. I'm going to click on, let's say, composition starter, and first off remove them again. And this time I'm going to do is use up a bit difference. Okay, so here I'm going to use the pen tool again. Click on this pen tool, click on this F. Let's say I'm going to press on OK. Click on this, click on this, click on this, and click on over here. Do the same thing which I showed you a while ago. Increase the size, and from here I'm going to just add in another mask. Right click, and if it's still not working, what you're going to do is right click, and over here you will find out mask, new mask. I'm going to do is click on mask, and I'm going to do is invert it if you want to. If it's not, then click on mask again and use intersect or whichever one you want. Let's say darken. From here, press on F, and you can see the mask feather option appears up. And from there, you're going to use the feather option to like increase or decrease the size of this feather. Now, as it is increased, I'm going to do is click on over here, subtract, and click on, let's say, intersect, whichever one you want. From here, I'm going to click on this, let's say, linear, or maybe soft light. You can see the soft light, and fix the mask feather. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. And click on darken or lighten. Select whichever one seems to be perfect, add, or maybe difference. You can see it looks a lot more better, but there's like a total difference over there. Okay, so what you're gonna do is click on this layer option, click on strokes, press on 0 strokes. Okay, press on OK. I'm gonna do is press on this 0, hit on enter. From here, roto Bezier, and from here, select on this, and you are good to go. You can do the same thing over on the top. So I'm going to do is click on this pen tool again, make up another shape. What I'm going to do is keep it over here, make it like this. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the second mask, increase the size. First I'm going to do is click on this. From here, I'm going to do is going to be pressing on F again. I'm going to do is increase the feather or decrease the feather. Select on the fill. Let's say I'm going to press on OK. Now you can see it looks a bit different. Now let's see the difference. You can see this part is a lot more darker, but this part is not. So basically, now you know how you will be able to mask it up. And also it's a lot similar to color grading and all of those. You'll be able to see a lot of difference in these sectors, and also a lot of difference when you like apply it. You can see this is lighter and this one's darker. So now you know how you'll be able to apply affected mask on each and every part of your photo. And you can also increase the size. Let's say I'm going to do is increase it like this, and I'm going to increase the size of this like this too. I'm going to do is increase the size and increase this size too. Now you have a perfect or a different type of photo which looks a lot like has been edited, and you can see it looks a lot more darker. Okay, but if you remove all of them, you will find out that the photo is a lot lighter and also looks a lot more better. But it's like, you know, just plain photo. But what we did is just, you know, plain edits on a specific photo, which we applied all of our edits, our customizations, by using our mask tool. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on masking effects and also masking in layers. Okay, so just like I told you, you can right click from here, click on new and select on solid. You can also go off the layers and click on new and go off the solid. You can also press on Control Y. It will open up the same interface just like the one you see or one we've opened up. After you're done, just press on OK and make up your own edits just the way you want it. So let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about effect shape layers. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In our previous lesson, we learned about mask, but in this lesson, we are going to learn about shapes. Well, this is going to be a bit, bigger, or say a longer video, because there are going to be a lot of content which we are going to learn over here. Let's say one is going to be the basic shape, and the next one is going to be shapes with also animations. So let's just make it two parts of this video. One is going to be the basic, and then we are going to go off with the animation. Okay, so without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to learn all about the shapes and also about the animations which we can apply, and also the shapes. First off, let me just delete all of them because I don't need any of these. I'm just going to do is delete. Press on delete. Now I'm going to do is open up. Let's say I'm just going to use this main comp. Delete. And as I have my main comp, I'm going to do is make up another composition. Make it to be black. Press on OK. And now I have my panel. Now, let's say I'm going to do is start off adding in my shape layer. Well, there is two methods of how you'll be able to do that. First is going to be go off the layer just the same way. Click on new. You will find out shape layer, just like we did on solid layer. Click on shape layer, but there is literally no, let's say, no shortcut key assigned for it. So I'm going to click on this, and now you can see that I have my shape here. I'm going to click on fill and use whichever one I want, and then the fill has been selected, and also my shape has been created. From here you can select on the stroke. Let's say I'm going to type in 10, press on OK, then I have a 10 size stroke, and you can also add in whatever you want, but I'm going to go into that later on. So you'll be able to do that. You can also see the tool create task, and also you can see the tool creates shape. Okay, you can also add in Bezier path, then you'll be able to apply or make changes to it however you want. Okay, and then if you want to rotate it, just make sure that your anchor is wherever you want that to be placed. As I want it in the center, as it is also on the center, I'm going to click on this tool of Y, and then you'll be able to rotate it however you want. That's totally up to you. If you just press on shift, and then it will just directly get back to its actual self, or keep straight. Then the next thing I'm going to do is select on this tool, and then what happens if you just press on this, let's say I'm going to click on this tool, and you'll be able to make changes on it if you press on Control and Alt, and then you'll be able to change it just like this, and also see the result of it. Press on Alt, and then you will see the side of it is changing. Okay, and now you can see that I have 3 of them. So if you just press on Alt, it will also make copies of the layer which you are using. But most of the time I don't actually use layers, but you can also make up your layer from over here, shape layer, and the same thing will appear up. But as I don't want it, you will also find out that there will be no content in between. So if I create a shape, and then it will contain that shape content, but I don't want it, so I'm going to click on delete. Okay, I'm just going to do it just a fast way if you want to do it. But one thing is that when you click on this shape layer, even if you are selected on this selection tool, and let's say I'm going to do it again, I'm going to click on layer, click on new, and when I press on shape layer, you will see that it will directly change to the rectangle tool. See, I didn't even do anything, but it just moved on to this rectangle tool. So basically what happens is that it allows you to make the shapes. So obviously it's going to prioritize the shapes which you're going to apply. So I'm going to do is click on this rectangle tool. I'm going to do is make up my shape, and that also directly helps you to make up your own shape or your shape layer which you are applying in your composition. But here what you're going to do is just click on the color. Let's say I'm going to click on this, press on OK, and we are done. I'm going to click on this tool, and then I will also be able to change it however I want. If you press on tab and yet you will see that you will be able to change it however you want it to be. Okay, then we have a lot of things which you can do by using these options. Let's say I'm going to select on this, and then you will see how it actually looks like. Well, this is basically snap along edges, and this is snap to show features. I'm going to select all of them. I'm going to select on that, and I'm going to do is press on it. And if you want to like navigate through it, just hold on to your scroll key or your scroll button, and then you'll be able to do it. Then select on this. Let's say I'm going to click on over here, and then you have our content, which is our rectangle over here, right? Then we have is path, stroke, fill, and transform rectangle. From here, click on this path one, which is going to be path, and you can select whichever side you want to use. Then we have is our stroke. In our stroke, we have wave, taper, dashes, and then we have meter limit, and then line, join, stroke width, and all of those. We also have color. This is stroke one, and we also have like fill options. You can use whichever one you want. And then we have is like transform, and in our transform we have is skew axis, rotation, and opacity. Well, these like appear up most of the times, and it is like quite useful. So this is our rectangle. I'm gonna do is deselect all of them, and if you want to increase the size of it or like see more of it, you will be able to do that. Well, now as there are a lot of these contents, you will be able to change them however you want. Let's say we have our rotation, skew, and all of those. Let's try and see how it actually works. You can see the skew works like this, and the skew axis, you'll be able to do that too. You can see the changes it is making. You'll be able to change that over here, and also fix out your diagonal, and also like however you want it to be. See? So then you can fix out your position, the anchor, and all of those. And if you want to rotate it, just select on this tool and rotate it however you want. Then I'm going to click on the selection tool, which is going to be this one. And as we also have like made some changes over here, I'm going to do is I'm going to do is cut this off. And as I'm quite done with this, just click on this transform. You'll find these other options too. From here, you can use these options of motion blur and all of those too. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. But I'm going to do is keep it to be 3D. Okay, so as this is 3D right now, what I'm going to do is going to be add some other shapes, which is quite similar. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to do is, as I've deleted my part, I'm going to do is you will be able to use this 3D graph tool too. But if you don't want to, just click on this 3D option and back again, and that will be removed. Now I'm going to do is right click on this rectangle tool, and in our right like tool, I'm going to do is use other ones. Let's say I'm going to press on Q. And in our queue, let's say there are going to be other tools such as, which is going to be somewhere around, let's say circle. Then we have is like triangle and all of those. We're going to use that. As you can see from over here, that we have our other tools too. So I'm going to do is click on ellipse tool. First thing I'm going to do is going to be removing this layer, and I'm just going to make up my layer or make up my shape. And from here, what you're going to do is just hold on to shift so that you get a perfect sized, circle or ellipse. I'm going to click on the selection tool, and then you basically have it, or you can like move it wherever you want. That's also like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. You can like rotate it, even though if it's like not that visible, but you can make some changes on it however you want. We can also do the same thing by using, let's say, more tools. There are like star tools and all of those. We can use them however we want. So let's say I'm going to do is remove this one too, delete, and I'm going to click on this option, and then we have polygon tool, star tool. Let's say I'm going to use this polygon tool. Do is make it somewhere like this and keep it around over here, and I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around here, and then you'll be able to make some changes however you want. Let's say I'm going to click on this, and see, you can rotate it. You can use your scroll key to make more changes. Let's say I'm going to click on this. What I'm going to do is hold on to Alt or Control. First I'm going to do is rotate it just like this. And we have these tools of roto brush and also puppet position. You can also keep using them however you want. Okay, let's say this is the puppet position. I can see you will be able to put it wherever you want. I'm going to click on the selection tool again. Now you see you have the layer. And also we have this puppet position where it's going to be something like this. See, it looks a lot, it looks better when we are using something like this. It's like an arrow that is like being placed over here. So now you have a different type of result or different type of, decoration which you can use. But I'm gonna do is delete it because I don't want it. Then we also have other tools such as star tool. I'm gonna do is make up the star, hold on to shift so that I get a perfect one. And then another thing is that you can also use Bezier over here. Just click on these options, hold on to it, click on add, and you'll be able to use, let's say, whichever one you want. Let's say I want zigzags. Then you'll also get the zigzags on the outer layer. See, this is like very simple. And you will be able to, make changes on them too on one side independently if you want to. See, this is like very simple to work with. You can do the same thing on each and every ones. And another thing is that just hold on to it, and we're gonna find out the pivot. And you can also apply on snapping if you want to, and change it however you want, or select wherever you want to make the change on. Then select on this tool, and then you'll be able to rotate it, keeping the pivot on that side. I'm gonna click on this rotate tool, and then I'm gonna do is rotate it however I want. Okay, this is like very simple to work with. Just hold on to it and just rotate however you want. So now like almost all of the things about these shapes are these 4 shapes which we use right now. But there is also this tool of rounded rectangle tool. But if you are using like an older version of Adobe After Effects, you will mainly find out that there is an option called roundness, okay, in the properties or the layer properties, and then you'll be able to do it or use it. But in this newer version of Adobe After Effects, you can make up rounded, rectangles on your own. From here, you have to like fix on path 1 and then fix it up. Just press on F if you want to use like, feathers and all of those. But you can also go off to transform and also content, and make sure to open up this rectangle 1, then transform rectangle, and then use however you want it to be. Now from here, what you're gonna do is zoom in and select the ones which you want to use. Let's say I'm gonna make it something like this, and you can see both of them are selected. What I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on this tool, and from here you will find out this Bezier over here, and then you'll be able to make more rounded corners just the way you want it to be. Okay, you can keep it like this, and obviously you will still have rounded corners, and you'll be able to use fill and stroke however you want as well. So now we know about these shapes and how these actually work. I'm going to delete them, okay, and both of them are now deleted. Now the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be the animations that you are going to try to apply in the specific shapes. So in the specific shapes, we have 4 or 5 of them, which is rectangle, rounded rectangle tool, ellipse tool, polygon tool, and also star tool. As we were done with shapes, now let's work a bit with our pen tool and also a bit with our rectangle tool. So what I'm going to do is make up a layer over here, click on new. I'm going to do is make sure it is shape layer. And let's say instead of this shape, I'm going to use this pencil. I will be able to make it however I want. And when I'm using this, I will get a result. But I'm not going to use Roto Bezier. I'm going to do is press on Ctrl Z so that I get a specific type of result or a straight one. You can see this is basically how it will look like. But you can change the shape however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it like this, keep it like this, keep it like this, and also like this. But if you turn on auto or Roto Bezier, you'll find out handles on each and every one. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is make sure it is extended. Here, make sure it's on content and shape 1. Here in shape 1, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. And here, what I'm going to do is select on this one and hold on to Control or Shift. Okay. Now I'm going to do is going to be keeping it somewhere around over here. So I'm going to press on Control Z and keep it around over here. Now, if you want to like make it Bezier, you also know how you'll be able to do it. Just click on it or just click on right and make sure it is masked first. Click on new mask if you want to, but if you want to make it bezier, then obviously you'll have to like start on by using, let's say, the special, whatever. So instead of that bezier, what you can do is also start off from a new and also make some other curves before like, adding in or like, So I'm going to do is start off from the beginning. I'm going to do is turn it like this, and then you'll be able to find out these curves. Then let's say I'm going to do is find out over here, and I'm going to do select on this, and I'm going to select on this, and then I'm going to do is add it up. And then we have a shape, and then you can also turn it into a shape. Let's say a rectangle. But first thing what we're going to do is going to be making up our, let's say I'm going to click on over here and make sure the shape over here and select on this path and start off from over here. I'm going to do select on somewhere around this and make sure it changes all of its shapes. So I'm going to click on this shape option or select option. What I'm going to do is take it around over here. Make sure this is like this. I'm going to do is take it around over here. I'm going to keep it somewhere around like this. Make sure it is like this and looks a lot more better than how it actually was, right? What I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. Then if I like close it off, then I'm going to do is going to be playing it. Just press on your space bar and then you'll exactly get what you are actually trying to get. Okay, I'm going to do is just press on space and you will see it will render for a bit of time, and after it is rendered, it's going to play out that path for you. And make sure to do it on path, not on position, because this time it is animation that is going on, and that is the change of like a specific shape. So you can do that and make sure to use this path stopwatch and then play it up. What I'm going to do is hit on space, and then you will see that it will slowly change its shape however you are like changing it however you want. And it's a lot like recording how you are changing that exact shape in your panel. Then you can also use different like strokes to do that too. Let's say I'm gonna do is going to be make edits with our specific stroke. To do that, we are going to make out a huge stroke over here. Okay, first I'm gonna do is remove it. I'm gonna select on this one, let's say shape layer 1, hit on delete, and it will be deleted. Now I'm gonna do is going to be deleting it. The next thing I'm gonna do is going to be, first off, let's start off with our layer, or maybe let's say our bezels. Okay, first I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on our shape option, rectangle tool, and as I have my shape over here, what I'm going to do is select on this fill, and you will find out that there are other fill options such as solids, and then we have as gradients. So let's say I'm going to do is linear gradient. I'm going to click on that and make sure to use whichever one you want. Press on OK, and then you'll be able to select however you want it to be. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be zooming in. Press on Control Z, and as we have it over here, I'm going to do is select it over here. Or press on Control Z again. Select on this tool, and then use this handle. And I'm going to do the same thing over there. Now it looks a lot more better. I'm going to zoom out and you can see how it actually looks. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to make another one. Let's say I'm going to do is make another shape over here. And we have our shape. From here, I'm going to select on this fill option. You can also use radial gradient. Press on OK. Select on this tool of selection. Make sure it is like somewhere around over here. You can also use the pen tool for that. What I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around like this. And keep it somewhere like this. Right? Looks a lot more better, and looks a lot like, let's say, gradient and also hinge. Now we are done with this radial gradient too. Now you can also see the starting point, end point, and all of those. But what we're gonna do is going to be making in a shape by using our pencil, and then making animation with its outer side, or let's say the border. First off, I'm going to do is remove this part. Let's say I'm going to remove this rectangle 1. And I'm going to use still the same one or the same layer. Click on this pencil. I'm not going to use Roto Bezier. I'm going to do is make something like this, 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 and let's say keep it over here. And this looks a lot more better. Make sure the px I'm going to do is keep it to be 50, hit on enter, or maybe 60, whichever one you prefer. I'm going to hit on 60. Now the next thing what you can do is obviously when you go off to gradient fill of the shape 1, you'll find out an option. There is stroke. In the stroke option, you will find out this stroke width, line, dashes, taper, weave, and all of those. From here, what you're going to do is going to be first off, in the stroke width, fix out the line caps. Here you can find round caps. It will turn round, okay? And you can also see the round joints. And you can see it is a lot rounder. Another thing what you can do is make dashes. What I'm going to do is increase the dashes. What I'm going to do is increase it. You can see the dashes. So I'm going to do is make some gaps over here. You'll be able to make changes on each and every one. Well, it will make some changes. It will take a bit of a time. Let's say I'm going to hit on 2. And you can see I need dash 2 over here, or maybe let's say decrease the size of this dash 2, and gap will be a bit more. You can see that there are gaps, okay? Now, one thing is that when you are using these options, well, you can like make it automate, or let's say animate over these lines. Well, that is a bit complex when you do that, but I'm going to show you the exact step of how you'll be able to do that step by step. So first thing what you're going to do is going to be changing our color. So first I'm going to do is change the stroke color. From here, let me choose, let's say greenish. Okay, now we have it. Now, as we have it, what we're going to do is going to be fixing our content. In our content, I'm going to go up above and remove these options first. And in the content, what we're going to do is going to be trim our path. So I'm going to select on that and select on over here again. And then it will look like this. And from here, I'm going to do is select on this content. And our content right beside it, we'll find add. In our add, I'm going to do is trim our path. And in our trim path, we'll find it something like this. Increase the size and you will see it will look like this. And you will find it to be looking like this. You can see how it basically looks. Okay. From here, I'm going to do is remove this fill. I'm going to do is press on, let's say just black, hit on OK. What I'm going to do is going to be starting from 0, ending at 100%. And offset, you will be able to do that too if you want to do that. That's like totally up to you. But what you can do is going to be, first off, start from over here, select an offset, click on offset. From here to here, what we're going to do is going to be just doing this. Okay, now as we're done, I'm going to go over here. It recorded all of it. And then it's going to, what it is going to do is render it. And when you play it, just hit on spacebar. It will start playing. Now you can see the animation will look like this. Now you can see it looks a lot more better than the lines. Okay. You can also do single patterns too. If you want to do that, what you're going to do is hold on it, or, you know, hold on to spacebar. What you're going to do is do the same thing. I'm going to do is transform it a bit so that I don't have all of these contents or all of these lines. But what I'm going to do is going to be use one line until it fills it up. To do that, what I'm going to do is going to be stopping this animation first. And then I'm going to do is make sure that all of the stroke is filled with the content. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this trim path and go to transform. And here we'll find out, let's go off the trim path or shapes. From here, I'm going to select on stroke. And the stroke I'm going to do is remove all the dashes. Make sure that there is no dash. You can do that too. That's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. 0. I'm gonna do is lessen it up step by step. We can do that. And I'm gonna do is reduce the gap too. Now as we have like 0 gaps, now I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on the same step. From the same step, I'm gonna do is make sure that the line gap fills it up so that it fills up the whole animation. To do that, I'm gonna do is wiggle path this time instead of the first one, which we use as trim. So the wiggle path is what it's going to do is going to fill it up from over here and then end up over here. So first what we're gonna do is going to be as we have all of it and we also have like 0 gaps, right? So first off, I'm gonna do is go off to, let's say, not the shape, but let's go to trim paths first. And you can see this is the start and this is the end. Okay, but here what I'm going to do is remove these first, delete it, delete it. Okay, so it's going to start off from like 0. So here it's going to start off from over, let's say, I'm going to do is cut all of this off. This is going to be the first one. Head on to offset. And here it's going to make it up. So I'm going to do is click on over here. And it's going to end right around here. So now the animation has been done. I'm going to do is going to be clicking on over here. This is the end. And I'm going to start off from here, which is going to have like 0% of it. So now I'm going to hit on enter and make sure to play it. And you can see that it is making up the shape. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to make these kind of shapes or these type of animations. The next thing I'm going to do is going to be removing this trim paths because we are done with it. Now, just like I told you, I'm going to use wiggly path. To do that, I'm going to do is right click on it. And from there, I'm going to do is click on effect. You'll be able to find those over here too. But first thing I'm going to do is going to be using the wiggly path. And to do that, I'm going to do is select on this shape, right click on it, and obviously make some changes on it. Okay. So I'm going to do is select on this add again. And in this add, I'm going to find out other ones too. I'm going to click on this add. And let's say, just like I told you, I'm going to use wiggly path. And now you can see the path is now a lot wiggly. But I'm going to do is going to be cut it off. Let's say I'm going to type in 30, hit on enter. And if you want to add in more wiggly paths, I'm going to do is going to be selecting these options and change them however I want. Let's say correlation should be something like this. Like totally up to you. You're going to work with it. Wiggles per second is going to be something like this. Corner smooth. And the detail should be a bit more. Let's say if I decrease it, it will turn a lot wigglier. Now I'm going to do is going to be fixing the size. It's going to be something like this. Now let's say I'm going to do is keep it around over here. I'm going to do is fix out our, let's say I'm going to click on this wiggly path, fix on transform, our position. Let's say instead of position, I'm going to do is going to be just playing it. Let's see how it works. You can see that this is how it will actually function. And if you want to fix out the offset too, just click on wiggly path and fix out this wiggly random seed. Let's say I'm going to do is random seed, fix it up. Then you can also fix out the spatial phase. That's like totally up to you. You're going to work with it. Let's say I'm going to keep it over here. And temporary phase is going to be like this and something like this. And play it up. Hit on spacebar. And basically you will have what you actually need. Okay. Hit on space again. Hit on space. And you can see this is basically how it will look. Now, what we're going to do is going to be make a couple of lines. So I'm going to do is going to be deleting these shapes. Now, the thing what we're going to do is going to be making up shapes. Okay. To do it with now, in this lesson, what we're going to learn about is how we are going to make the wiggly paths or make waves by using the lines and also animate it at the end. First off, what we're going to do is select on this pencil. And as you can see already, I have my point, but I'm going to do is make sure it is like over here. And I'm going to make one over here at the corner. Now I'm going to do is keep my stroke to be 30, but make sure to use whichever one you prefer. And then what you're going to do is add up wiggly path over here, which is over here, which you can see. And the first thing we're going to do is going to be clicking on wiggly path 1. And then I'm going to do is fix it up. Let's say I'm going to fix out the size. I'm going to do is decrease it a bit more and keep the details to be a bit high. Wiggly seconds should be something like this. I'm going to do is fix out the size like this. Correlation should be something like this. And temporal phase, okay, I'm going to keep it somewhere like this. And this should be somewhere around 14, minus 19. This is the degree. And the random seed is going to be somewhere like this, okay? Now, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on the path to be on the right. And what we're going to do is going to be make duplicates of it. But you can fix the points to be smooth or like round, whatever you prefer. Now, what I'm going to do is click on the selection tool. Press on Control D. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around like this and make more copies of it. And what we're going to do at the end is going to be make more copies, or let's say duplicate it a bit more, so that we get like the whole screen of the same thing. Just keep it around over here, which is the same thing. And we can also do one thing which is going to be a bit different, but I've already also shown you how you will be able to do it. It's, you know, pre-composition. And if you want to do pre-composition, that is also doable, but it's just obviously going to take a bit of time, okay? But it works a lot better than how it actually looks, okay? I'm going to do is press on Control Z if there's a bit of mistake. Then I'm going to do is going to be selecting on one of these layers, which is going to be this one. Let's say I'm going to select on this. First off, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on shape 1 or shape 2, whichever one you prefer. What I'm going to do is press on Control and D again. I'm going to do is make more copies of it over here. Now, as it has been made, now I'm going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to play it up. Well, it's obviously going to take a bit of a time to render it up, but obviously if you start playing it, it will start, you know, showing us the animation. So let me just put it on render, and it will render all of it. And after it is rendered, you will see that we will get our end result of the waves or this wiggly path which we actually wanted. So now it's kind of started playing, but obviously you can see the frame render time is 7.8, so it's going to take a bit more time. And after we're done, I'm just going to play it up, and then we're going to get our end result. So make sure to see all of them are like quite intact, and I'm going to render it a bit more. Now, as it has rendered, I'm going to do is play it up. You can see this is basically how it will look like, okay? So it will just start wiggling. Then if you group all of them together, just press on Control G, and all of them will be grouped. So let me just click on each and every one of them. And so I'm going to click on them. Let's say I'm going to select all of these shapes, which are available over here. You can see that there are a lot of these shapes that are appearing over here. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on each and every one, and just press on Control G. And you cannot group other stuffs, but you can like at least group the shapes together. And you can see this is group 1. Okay, all of them are group 1. You can also do the same thing on each and every one of them. Just press on each and every one, Control G, and see if it actually works. Just press on Control G, and if the layers are all together, now what you're gonna do is just drag it at the beginning and play it up, or like see if it actually works. Okay, it's gonna take a bit of a time to render again, and after it has rendered, it's going to show you the exact type of result which you are looking for. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on animation and also shapes, and how you'll be able to apply different type of basic animations or transitions which you'll be able to apply. So let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about text, or the usage of text in Adobe After Effects. Obviously, when you are making animations or 3D content or whatever there is, even though, like, let's say customization of a video, of your footage and all of those, well, obviously you're gonna need text, right? And if the text is like very simple and plain, it's not gonna look that good or not that attractive, and it's not gonna attract the viewers either. So obviously we are going to work with text in Adobe After Effects. Most of the time in our previous lesson, we used the text, okay? But we didn't make any, let's say, attractive transitions or animation or, edits applied on it. So we are going to show you all of the things which we can do by using text in Adobe After Effects. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson, where we are going to start off by putting in our composition and then starting off with our text. To do that, I'm going to do is click on composition, click on new composition. I'm going to make it black and select your frame rate or type in your frame rate, whichever one you want. I'm going to click on OK. Now, as we have our panel, which is the display panel or composition panel, now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be adding in our text box. To add in our text box, what you have to do is just click on this option, which is going to be Ctrl+T, horizontal type tool, and you can add in your text just like this. And you will find out that you are going to have your cursor inside of it. Click inside of it and just type in, let's say this is text. Now, as this is done, what you can also do is decrease the size of the margin of this, box. Let's say this is a text. Now I'm going to click on the select tool. I'm going to do is increase the size a bit more so that I can keep it somewhere around over here. I'm going to press on undo, and I'm going to redo it. I'm going to press on Y, and if you see that redo text, okay, I'm going to do is zoom in, and you'll find this option over here. I'm going to do is increase the size, select this. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that if you want your, let's say, anchor at the middle, you can use the shortcut key, which is going to be Control Alt and then Home, or Control Shift plus Home. So I'm going to click on this tool, and then I'm going to do is press on Control Shift and Home, okay? First off, select on this. Now that it's selected, if it's not selected, what you can also do is click on this option and keep it right at the middle. Hold on to Shift. What you're going to do is keep it around over here. Now that has been perfectly applied. What you can also do is keep the anchor at the center. Just hold on to Shift, and you will find out the center. Keep it somewhere around over here. And you can also click on snapping, and you can change this anchor wherever you want. You can press on Control Z, and you can see that it is in the middle this time. Okay, so this is basically how you keep a text. Then you can also increase the size. Click on the selection tool. I'm gonna do is increase the size. Hold on to Shift, so it's perfect. What I'm gonna do is keep it somewhere around over here. I'm gonna keep it over here. Okay. Now, if you want to add in or customize your specific text however you want, just like you do in other software such as Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Photoshop, Lightroom, and all of those, Illustrator. So what you have to do is just on the right side of the panel, you'll find out these tools. Well, this is the character, tool. You'll be able to customize your text however you want. Let's say you want to fix the text size. Then you can also fix the settle on the leading, metric. Then we also have this adjustment or spacing. Then we also have how thick it should be, the stroke width and the strokes. Then we have is the size or the vertical scale. You can also see that there is baseline shift, and this one is horizontal scale, and we have sume for selected characters. Okay.
Well, this is mainly for different kind of characters, which you can like resize it, okay, or specific ones. So from here, what we're gonna do first is going to be changing our text font. Double click on it. I'm gonna do select on this option. From here, you can select whichever font you want to apply. You'll find out that there are a lot of these samples, and you can see on the right side, let's say I'm gonna use this one. Click on it, and you can see it has been applied. Then select this text box and increase the size a bit so that it is applied or fully visible. Now, what you can also do is fix out this group. There's like regular, bold, and all of those. If you want to use that, some fonts does not support that. What you're gonna do is press on Control Z. Control Z. I'm gonna do is fix the text like this, and from here you'll be able to see italic, bold, and bold italic. Double click on it. I'm gonna do is select on italic. You can see this is italic now. You can also use bold if you want to. You can also use bold italic at the same time. But one thing what you can do is you can't do is going to be underline. Okay, so you have to like make out your underline if you want to apply it. But if you don't want that, that's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Then we have is the sizing. You can increase the size by holding onto this, but you will see that at a stage it is not visible. Well, it's because the border is, you know, crossing the limit. So I'm gonna click on this and increase the size. I'm gonna click on the selection tool and paste it somewhere around over here. I'm gonna do is select on this, select on here over here. I'm gonna type in, I'm gonna do is first zoom out, select on the selection tool, paste it over here. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it to be text. Okay, what I'm gonna do is hold on a shift and decrease the size just a bit. You can see it looks a lot more better. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to something around here. And what you're gonna do is obviously select on the selection tool, Control and Home. Double tap on it. Okay, you'll be able to find out this tool and keep it at the center. Make sure to keep the snapping on so that you will be able to do that very easily. Or you can also use to like hold on the shift and then use it. Okay, now the other tools are this auto. Let's say I'm gonna click on this and you can fix it out just the way you want it. I'm gonna click on this option, selection tool, double click on it, and then change it however you want, even though it's not visible because I don't have any text above this one. You can also fix the metrics if you want to. You can use optical. Then we have is the spacing, which you will be able to apply by using this or like dragging it however you want it. You can also fix the strokes by clicking on the PX, and now you can see the strokes are a lot thicker. But I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on this, keep it on 5 pixels, so this is a bit visible. And you can also fix the size of this, and you can also fix on however you want stroke over fill. You can also keep it to be all fills over stroke or some all strokes over fill, whichever one you want. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Then we have is this one. This is also a bit spacing, but it's going to keep it like this. But I'm gonna do is increase the size of this so that all of it is visible. So I'm gonna keep it somewhere around over here. Select on this tool and keep it at the center. Okay, now we are done. We can see this option too. You'll be able to fix out the scaling of specific text too by using this option. And you will also be able to position it just the way you want to, but you can see the anchor is not moving with the text. So to do that, what you're gonna do is hold on to this and keep it like this. Okay, now we have it at the center. Now another thing is how will you be able to fix out your layer. To do that, what I'm going to do is going to be making a layer which is going to help us to put in our text, and that is going to be a specific text layer. So click on this layer option, click on new, and you will find out text, which is going to be a large, let's say, shortcut key, which you can see from over here, new. And the shortcut key is going to be Control Alt Shift and then T. Well, some of you might find it to be useful or like fast, but I kind of prefer to like, you know, make up the text box or make it from over here, and it's a bit more faster for me instead of like typing all of those, because sometimes I accidentally hit on my Windows key, or which is the startup key, or when I'm using Mac I sometimes hit on the command key. Okay, so it kind of, you know, comes up as a problem. So it's like totally up to different like individuals. You can use it or you can also not use it. So here I'm going to do is type in my text. Let's say I'm going to type in this is the text, and you can also see that it's not like going outside of this box, because now it's like making the box at the same time, and it's not like, you know, invisible. Okay, it's not turning invisible because of that. So what I'm gonna do is keep it somewhere over here. I'm gonna do is keep it like this. I'm gonna take it around over here. Now I'm gonna do is find out the anchor. You can see the anchor is at the center. So as it is at the center, what we're gonna do is open this up. As we have our text layer over here, I'm gonna delete it. This is the text. Okay, so I'm gonna do is right click on it, or I'm gonna do is extend it first. And here on our transform, we will be able to work with anchor points, position, scale, rotation, and opacity. Well, if you've seen my previous lessons, you already know how you'll be able to work through it and also add animations just the way you want it. From here, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on our opacity and decreasing it if I want to. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. And if you want to like fix the color, I'm going to do is double tap on it. And from here, I'm going to do is select the color. Let's say I'm going to use something like this, or a bit darker, press on OK, and now we have our text. And I'm gonna do is increase the opacity, keep it 99%, but I'm gonna do is keep it a bit brighter, press on OK, and now we'll be able to see it. Now what will happen if I copy a whole paragraph and apply it right over here? So as I already have a paragraph copied to my clipboard, I'm gonna do is just cut this off, and then I'm gonna do is just paste in Control and V, and I'm gonna tap on it again, and now you can see it has been made, but it is still in a line. And how are we gonna fix it? Click on the selection tool, keep it around over here, double tap on it, and then I'm gonna do is find out, let's say, spacings. To do that, I'm gonna do is go a bit down, find this option of paragraph, find this option of center line, or you know, keep it like this, however you want. But I'm gonna do is first off decrease the size just a bit. Okay, I'm going to click on this 9px. Then I'm going to do is just press on Control and Home, or Control Shift and Home. If it's still not working, I'm going to do is just drag it right around over here. I'm going to do is paste it up over here. Okay, but first thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this text, and I'm gonna do is hit on enter, enter, enter. Okay, now as we're done, I'm gonna select on the selection tool again. From here, what I'm gonna do is going to be increasing the size just a bit more and keeping it like this. Right? Just keep it somewhere around over here. I'm going to zoom in, and you will find it to be scrambled like this. What I'm going to do is press on Z again. But to do that, I'm going to do is going to be removing all of this. So you can see that this has been applied. Now, what if you want to like add more changes to it? So first off, I'm going to click on this characters and find add paragraph. And here you'll be able to fix out the alignment on this text. Okay, I'm going to do is select on all of them. Now I'm going to do is find out the ones which I actually need, which is also left, right, center, and also justified at the same time. So now you know basically what you can do about this text options in Adobe After Effects. But we didn't even show you any part about animation or how you'll be able to, you know, add it up with animation. So if you want to do that, just stay with us, and I'm going to show you a couple of these animation methods so that you can get an actual result out of it. So I'm going to do is going to be deleting this part. Now, as I've deleted that part, what I'm going to do right now is going to be adding an animation to a specific text. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on layer, click on new, and find out text. And here on the text, I'm going to do is type in text. Okay, here on text, I'm just going to type in text. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be fixing our anchor to be at the center. Now, as it is at the center, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the selection tool and increasing the size just the way I want it. And now you can see this is just the way I kept it just a while ago, but it didn't have any color back then, but now it has a bit of color. Now, what if you want to add in a couple of animation to make it look a lot more attractive so that viewers or, the audience will find it to be a bit good? So as we learned about keyframing, so it's not that big of an issue to actually make animations on it. So first thing, what we're going to do is going to be making keyframes and also a couple of animation that we can put on the specific text. So first things first, what I'm going to do is click on this text option. And here, what I'm going to do is go off this effect option. And in this effect option, you will find all of these options which you can apply. But here, what we're going to do is going to be making these markers and all of those. We can do that. We can also use transformation and all those. But what we're going to do is animate it. So I'm going to click on animate and select on the one which you actually need. Let's say if you want to skew it, to skew it up. If you want to like track or like line anchor, line spacing, character offset, the value, whichever one you want, you can do that like from here. So from here, what we're going to do is going to be, let's say I want to fill color or maybe stroke color. So I'm going to click on RGB and you can see that we have our RGB over here. But I'm going to do is going to be clicking on over here and the stroke color should be red. Okay. So I'm going to make up this change over here. And on this part, I'm going to select on this and then select on another color. Press on OK. Then I'm going to do is go over here and I'm going to change the color a bit more. Press on OK. I'm going to select on over here and select on this. And I'm going to do is go off over here. Press on OK. Now what I'm going to do is it's going to render all of it together. You can see the green part, it is not rendered yet. But what I'm going to do is going to be hitting on the space bar so that it renders up on its own. So you can see this is red, green, and then yellow. And this is just the loop over and over again. Okay. But you can see that it is still not rendered. So it's taking a bit of a time to render over here. And after it is done, it's going to show off our end result. I'm going to do is keep it like this. See now the whole thing has been made. You can see it is going from red to green to yellow and then to this orange-ish or brownish color. So now you know a bit of what you can apply on this. I'm going to do is remove this animator 1 as we don't want this animation over here. Now I'm going to do is animate a bit more and show you how you'll be able to do that. Let's say I'm going to do is use character offsets. First off, I'm going to do is click on character offsets. And then we have is our range and character offset over here. First of all, I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size so that it zooms in or like, let's say zooms out all of a sudden. I'm going to do is going to be zooming out first. Increase the size. Just keep it just like this. Zoom out a bit more. Now what I'm going to do is going to be keeping it over here. And I'm going to do is anchor this character offset. From here, I'm going to do is take it up over here. And I'm going to do is just keeping it at the center. Okay, now we know how you'll be able to do that. So it is quite done. You can see that this is basically what it is. What I'm going to do is mainly it is our position. So you can use this character offset, or let's say I'm going to do is, first off, let's play it off and see how it actually works. You can see this is the character offset. So I'm going to do is find out this transform option. And here I'm going to make another one. Let's say I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to find out the position. First off, I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size just like I did. I'm going to do is increase this a bit more. And I'm going to use it to be something like this. And now we have a result. I'm going to do is click on this position. You can see the position is like this. Then I'm going to do is take it up over here.
and obviously keep this going down. So I'm gonna do is just hold on to this. Now we basically have our final one. So my one's basically done. If it's still not visible, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this position, press on OK, and here I'm going to get my result to be like zoomed out or zoomed in. Now what we're going to do is just play it up and see how it actually works. You can see this is how it's going to function. Okay, and you can see it is rendering, so I'm gonna do is keep it like this for a while. I'm gonna do is keep it somewhere around over here. It's going to render it up, and you can see this is basically how it will look like. See, this is like very simple and also easy to do. So what it did is just zoom in or like zoom out. Okay, now if you want to like fix out more of it, like the speed and all of those, you can just open up this graph option and select on position and scale control. Now I'm going to do is increase the size just a bit more, and here I'm going to do is keep this part. Okay, keep this to be somewhere around over here. Let's say I'm going to keep it somewhere like this, and here I'm going to fix it out just like this too, a bit slower, but keep it just like this. Okay, so that I get a specific result, I'm going to do select on this area, and I'll find this bar over here, which is going to help us increase it a bit more. Now I'm going to do is clicking on this graph option, and it's going to render it up just a bit more, and here we will find this option of, let's say, zooming out. So now you can see it is a lot smoother than how it basically was on the first one. Okay, you can see this is how it will look like. So this part is also done. We now know how we will be able to use that type of animation or transition by using text in Adobe After Effects. But there are a lot of these options. So first off, what I'm going to do is keep this option over here. Keep this at the center or keep it somewhere where we can use it. Now, let's say I want to use blur, okay? Or let's just say I just want it to move in or like fade in. You can do that too by using opacity. Then I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the scale option, delete all of them. Now I'm going to do zoom in a bit more and find out the opacity, fix it out. I'm going to do is keep it out around over here, and I'm going to do is decrease the opacity just like this, and I'm going to do is apply in a stop clock, and here I want it to appear up. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on opacity and increasing the size, or let's say increasing the percentage. I'm going to do is take it up at the front, and you can see it has started rendering. And as it will be done with rendering, you will see that this is how basically it will just pop up on your screen, and this is like very simple. So this is basically it. Okay, now you know how you'll be able to use fade in type of animation or transition too. What if you want to use like blurred options or blurred animation? To use blurred animation, the next thing what you're gonna do is going to be obviously applying in let's say effects. To do that, what we're gonna do is going to be apply effects. Right click on it, and you will find out in animation you will find this blur option first, but you can also go over to effect and find out the blur option. Click on this blur option, and here you will find it out as a property. But you can also go over here on libraries and all of those and find out the ones which you actually need. Click on library, and here over here you will find this effect and preset, and you will be able to find out the blur option from over here and also find a couple of the changes. Okay, let's say I'm gonna do is blur and sharpen. Select on this. I'm gonna use it later on, but first let me like show you how you'll be able to work on this over here. I'm going to click on this transform and remove it. Just press on this and delete. The first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this blur. I'm going to do is decrease or increase the blur of this. Just keep it somewhere around over here like this and add in that keyframe. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do is decrease it. Now as we're done, start from the first, hit on enter. It's going to like make up our changes and also render it at the same time. And you can see at a stage it will be like totally visible. I'm going to do is take it around over here, keep it like this, and now you can see this is a lot more smoother and a lot more faster. And if it's still not faster and smoother, what you're going to do is going to be going over to this graph and make changes on your own. See, this is like very simple. But what if you want to use applying in, let's say, blur effect? So I'm going to click on this animation, and here I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Lattice blur or whichever type of blur you want to apply. Let's say I'm going to use Gaussian blur. I'm going to select on this and I'm going to do is apply it over here. Let's say Gaussian blur, text, and you can see the effect has appeared over here, Gaussian blur. But what we're going to do is going to be increasing this size again. And I'm going to do the same thing. Click on this blurriness and I'm going to do is increase the blurriness. You can see this is basically how it will look like. I'm going to add in that effect. And I'm also going to use vertical. I'm going to use repeat edges. And what we're going to do is going to be selecting on this option of 4 and decreasing the blurriness of this. You can see it is 0 and also fix it to be horizontal and vertical. But I'm going to do is start it off over here. You can see that this is basically how it will look like. From here, you can basically use any type of effect which you want to apply in your specific text, and it's going to work on loops over and over again. So I'm going to do is select on this effect and remove it as we're done with that. Let's say I'm going to use another type of, let's say, effects or, animation which I want to apply. From here, what I'm going to do is going to be stylizing it. Click on stylize. Let's say I'm going to click on cartoon, hit on this, fix it up on this text option. I'm going to do is click on cartoon, hit on render. Let's say I'm going to do is detail reduce or radius. I'm going to do is detail threshold, increase it, fill on edges or just keep it on edges. And you will be able to use a lot of these options over here. And you can see this is basically how it will look like. So I'm going to keep it around over here. Keep it like this. Now, as all of them has been applied, what we're going to do is going to be going over here and obviously change it. Fills and edges, decrease it. Okay, I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to take it around over here, play it up, and you will see the changes in your specific text. You will see suddenly it will just start turning into purple and also to the specific type of text which was a bit before. Now, another thing what you can do is going to be adding in motion blur. Okay, so if you add in motion blur, it's going to look a lot more better. I'm going to do is first off delete all of them as I don't want them. But I'm going to do the same thing over here, which I did a while ago. I'm going to click on this effect and delete. Click on this transform. And here I'm going to do is increase the size. Let's say I'm going to select the size from over here. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the scales option. First I'm going to do is keep it around over here. And select on scale and also position. I'm going to do is take it around over here. I'm going to do is obviously decreasing the size. Now you can see this is how it will look like. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on both of them so that we have both of these options. We have our position 2. Hit on this and we have it. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on toggle switch modes. In the toggle switch modes, first off I'm going to do is click on this transform as we don't want that anymore. Make sure it is on motion blur.
And I'm going to do select on this and keep it like this. Click on toggle switch modes and click or keep it on normal if you want to. I'm going to do is start it up, play it up. You can see this is basically how it will look like. And if it's like, you know, very slow, what you're going to do is just go off to graph and select on, let's say, click on transform. Here I'm going to do is going to be selecting on position and scale, increasing the size a bit above over here. I'm going to do is select on these, select on this bar. I'm going to do is increasing this size. I'm going to keep it like this. Okay. And as we're done, I'm going to do is increase or decrease the size from over here. As we're done, I'm going to do is just play it up. Click on this option again, and we are good to go. So I'm going to do is keep it a bit, you know, faster. Now we basically have it. Play it up. And basically now we are done. And if you want to increase this, let's say the speed, you can do it by using the graph tool too. So hope you understood everything about this lesson, and obviously on the right side we have like tons of presets that are available which you can use over and over again on your specific text. But it's going to take another software which is going to be the Adobe or Creative Cloud Bridge so that you'll be able to apply it. Okay, and make sure to keep connected or, you know, using up your subscription on Adobe After Effects so that you get all of the functionality Adobe After Effects has to offer. And also make sure to use the newest version of it. So let's move on to your next lesson, and hope you understood everything about this one. Welcome back to the lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about 2.5D. And later on, we are also going to learn about some camera animations that we can do with 2.5D. Now, until now, in this course, we all learned about 2D animation and also all of the functions we need to learn about. But now let's go off to 2.5D. Well, it is not even 3D, but it's going to give you such a view, or let's say such a result, that it might look like this 3D environment, but it's basically 2.5D. Okay, so without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to learn about 2.5D and the rest what we need to learn about this. Okay, and also about the animation. So first thing I'm going to do is delete this off, and I'm going to do is make up a new composition. Let's say in this composition, I'm going to do is click on it. And I'm going to do is click on 3D render, make sure to click on classic 3D and press on OK. Now you have a first composition, which you have, or let's say the starter composition. Now what I'm going to do is going to be adding in a couple of content. To do that, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on over here. Let's say I'm going to click on this default over here, press on reset. If you feel like you did a mistake like that and you want to revert it back to how it actually was, just double click on this default and you will find out that it will show you a reset option that will, you know, fix up your interface just the way it was. Now first things first, I'm going to do is delete these ones too. Click on delete, starter comp, delete. Now this is going to be our first comp. Now I'm going to do is going to be adding in a couple of text. So I'm going to click on this text option. Let's say this is going to be this. Select on this tool. I'm going to do is increase the size. If it's like upside down, I'm going to click on this. Fix it up. Let's just keep it like this.
let's say this is my text, okay? I'm gonna click on it again, and if you want to make up your text box, just click on over here, make up your own text box. Let's say this. Okay, now we have ours. Now what I'm gonna do is going to be adding in more content. So I'm gonna click on another one. Let's say I'm gonna click on text back again, and I'm gonna do is going to be adding in another text selection tool. Keep it over here. Another text. I'm gonna click on over here. I'm gonna click on over here, selection tool. Keep it over here. What I'm gonna do is make sure another one is created. I'm gonna click on over here. I'm gonna keep it like this. Selection tool. Increase the size. What I'm gonna do is delete it up, and I'm gonna use this tool first. Now the first thing what we're gonna do is going to be enabling our 3D layers just on these two, okay? Now you'll find out that your anchor will turn into this gizmo, okay? So this is what is called the gizmo. You will find out 3 of these points, which is Y, X, and Z, okay? You will be able to see through it. And one thing is that first thing I'm going to do is going to be fixing our camera position. So to open that up, I'm going to do is right click on over here, click on new, and from here you will find out viewer or camera. Click on camera and make sure to click on, let's say, 35mm. I'm going to click on that and make sure to name up your one. I'm going to click on OK, and we have our camera. And to see that, what we're going to do is press on C, and you'll find out that your camera will turn out into something like this. You can see from over here, which is the orbit around cursor tool. And you also have these couple of other tools such as pan under and all of those, okay? So from here, I'm going to do is use this one, orbit around. You can see this is basically the 3D model. Now, even though you can see that both of them are still together, but here I'm going to do is fix out the position. So this is it. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to press on P. You can see the position. And here what we're going to do is click on over here. And in this position, I'm going to do is type in, let's say 5,000. Hit on enter. You can see that this is now really far. I'm going to click on C. Basically, that is very far behind. Now I'm going to do is going to be increasing the font size. Okay, I'm going to click on over here. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on 72. Do the same thing over here on this. I'm going to do is 72. Now this is quite perfect. So I'm going to click on C again. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to keep it like this and press on C again, and then you will see how it basically looks like. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on is it, and I'm going to do is going to be clicking on over here. Instead of 5,000, let me just type in 3,000. Hit on enter. Now you can see this is a lot closer than we actually expected it to be. Click on the selection tool, press on C, and now you can see that I have both of my text over here. I'm going to do is clicking on this one, and I'm going to change it to white. Press on OK. Do the same thing over here, so this is like totally visible. Click on this one, make sure it is white, press on OK, and we are good to go. Okay, now you will be able to see this is basically how the 3D model is constructed. You can see is it and also this one. Okay, now I'm going to do is going to delete this one because I don't need it anymore. Click on this text layer 3. I don't need it either. Now, what if you want some fallouts? Okay, so to do that, what we're going to do is going to be fixing our light options. And to fix out our light options, you are going to go through a couple of other things too. And to do that, what we're going to do is first off, we extend our camera option, and you can fix out your camera option too. We have zoom, depth of field, and all of those highlights, thresholds, and all of those. You'll be able to fix it up according to your desire. You can also see that there is like transform. And one thing you have to keep in mind, that when you are using 3D, okay, you will find out that there are 3 of these points right now. In basic terms, you will only see 2 of them, which is going to be x-axis and y-axis. But now you will also see that there is z-axis or z-axis, okay? You can see the same thing on position. Then we have the same thing on orientation. And we also have 3 of the rotations of x, y, and z rotation, okay? So we're not going to go through like all of them individually and also that descriptive, because I want to keep the lesson to be interesting. And what you have to do is just follow these steps, and this is like very simple. But make sure to click on this 3D object or this 3D option, okay? Or else it won't be 3D and your gizmo will not appear up in your specific screen. Now what we're going to do is going to be adding in our light layer. I'm going to click on this and click on new and find out the light one. And you will see that this will basically look like this. The interface is how it functions. I'm not going to do any changes over here. But what we're going to do is going to be clicking on cast shadows. And then you're good to go. Press on OK. Now you will find out that it will basically look like this. But don't worry, because if this turns into this black, so I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the spotlight, increase it up, light options, and you'll find out all of these options appear over here. From here, what we're going to do is going to be increasing the radius. Increasing the radius will help us a lot. And I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this fall of distance. Decrease it or increase it, however it functions. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. Selection tool. You can see this is basically how it works. You can keep it like this too if you want to. Let's see now if it works. I'm going to click on the selection tool, and okay, I'm going to do is zoom out a bit more. Now you can see all of them are now visible. Now what we're going to do is going to be selecting on this, and as we're done on this part, I'm going to do is click on fall of distance. You can also click on shadow darkness and the shadow diffusion, increase it up, and the fall off to be smooth. Okay, even though that is smooth, I'm going to do is decrease it a bit. Click on this camera. Then I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this radius. Increase the size, fall of distance, increase it up. And until we see the back of the text, you can see it is now a bit visible. Okay, the behind one. Do is increase it up a bit more, and this is quite perfect to see. Okay, and make sure to turn on this cast shadow. You can also turn it off if you want to, but I most of the time prefer to keep it turned on because it gives you off a really good type of effect on the back texts, and also a lot of other things that you can do with it, and it looks a little bit more professional too. So hope you understood about this part. And you can also toggle through the camera options. Just press on C, and then you will be able to go up and down using this option. You can see this is how basically it will look like. You can also press on C, and then this will basically, you will be able to go out of this and inside. But when you press on this unified, you will be able to do whatever you want altogether. Okay, I'm going to click on over here, and we have it. Okay, I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here and play it up. Okay, now another thing is that if I want to zoom in and out, I'm going to do is click on over here. And I'm going to do is click on C again. Now I'll be able to zoom in like this. See, this is like very simple to work with on 3D animations. Well, you can also do a lot of other things that you can do. You can increase the cone angle. You can increase the cone feather. You can see it like this. You can decrease it too, but I prefer keeping it 0, but you can also fix the color. Let's say I'm going to click on OK. And you'll find out this is black in color. You can fix the intensity too. Let's say I'm going to keep it over at here. And then I'm going to do is select on this and then zoom in. It will give you a really good cinematic effect. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to function with this 3D options in Adobe After Effects. Well, what you have to do is just follow these couple of steps, and it is obviously not that complex. Well, people actually think it's quite it is quite complex, but it actually is not. You just have to follow a couple of protocols and a couple of steps, and then you'll be good to go through all of the tools and functionality Adobe After Effects has to offer. Okay, now let's learn a bit more about camera animation in 2.5D. So what we're gonna make is going to be a cinematic type of animation that we are trying to do with this text, and I'm going to show it to you right now too. And we are going to work with the blur, aperture, and all of them. It's going to be a bit professional, but it obviously works. So first things first, as we are done with this lighting option, I'm going to do is going to be remove this lighting, and this is basically it on this part. Now what I'm going to do is going to be fixing our camera. So I'm going to do zoom out first, and obviously I'm going to press on C again, and this is the type of animation that I want, or this perception. Okay, now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to keep it right over here, and first off I'm going to click on camera, and in camera we are going to click on P. We will find out our position of camera. So here we are going to start off from over here, and what we're going to do is going to be go off to, let's say, 6 seconds, and I'm going to do is going to be zooming in a lot more. I'm going to keep it over here, and here I'm going to do is keep it. Okay, I'm going to click on C. And I'm going to do is going to be zooming in a bit more. Now we are done. So let's see how it basically looks like. I'm going to do is plus on play. Now you can see we have our animation that is happening, and even though if it's like slow, but it's still happening, right? And you can see that there is no good effects that has been applied over here, but we are going to do that right now. So first off I'm going to do is going to be decreasing the size of this actual animation that we are doing. Now here what we're going to do is going to be keeping it somewhere around over here, and obviously I'm going to click on C again and keep it somewhere around over here, right? We'll do zoom out, press on C again. I'll do zoom in. Yes, this is basically what I want. Now I'm gonna do is going to be, let's say in the camera we are going to make some more edits. I'm gonna click on the spotlight, and I'm gonna do is increase the camera, which is camera 1, and here we will find out a lot of these options on camera option. Now when I press on play, you will find out that there is no blur, no aperture, but I want a specific type of animation that I want to put. So I'm going to click on over here, and I'm going to do is increase the blur level. But first off, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere over here, and here I want the blur to be, let's say, I want the blur around over here. Let's say the blur level, aperture, I'm going to do is go around over here, and while it crosses this limit, I want it to blur out. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this blur option and decreasing the aperture 0, and blur level to be, let's say, a lot. Okay, let's see how it basically looks like. Press on OK, play it up. If it's still not working, I'm gonna do is keep it around over here. and this is the camera level. But I'm gonna do is obviously fix in the specific, let's say this. Okay, I'm gonna click on this, and here I'm gonna do select on text, and what we're gonna do is going to be adding an effect. I'm gonna click on this, let's say blur and sharpen, increase it up. Let's say I want to use this Gaussian blur, which I'm going to apply right now. I'm gonna find out this Gaussian blur, so I'm gonna click on, let's say I'm gonna use this cross blur or CC radial blur. I'm gonna just click it up and fix on this one. You'll see that this is basically how it will look like, but I'm gonna do is fix out the amount on a specific timeline. So I'm gonna do zoom in, and here I want it to, let's say, blur it out. Okay, I'm gonna do is going to be fixing the amount, and here is going to what I'm going to put in my source, or let's say this is the type of Gaussian blur that I'm going to apply. Let's say I'm going to click on effect and CC radial blur, and I'm gonna do is fix out the amount or quality over here, but I want it to be totally perfect over here. Zero, I'm gonna keep it 0, and I'm gonna do is fix out this. I'm gonna keep it over here. Okay, now this is a lot perfect. Now as we are done, I'm gonna click on comp 1. I'm gonna do is remove all of them, and I'm gonna go off and open this up, play all of it, and let's see that how it basically looks like. You can see this is a little blur inside of it, and if you want to fix out the blur a bit more, I'm gonna do is click on this, which is going to be opened over here, and I'm gonna do is first off remove all of this because I don't need this much text or this much, you know, like effects which I want to apply. I'm going to click on just effect, click on CC radial blur, and find out this one, which is going to be appearing over here. You can see that there is this blur over here, but I'm going to do is going to be increasing the amount a bit more. I'm going to keep it over here, and on this one I'm going to do is also quality is going to be totally perfect. So I'm going to do is play it up again and see how it basically looks like. Just play it up, and now you will see that it is blurring up and then going, and we have our final result in Adobe After Effects. You can do the same thing on the back or like the behind text too, and in this way you will be able to use photos and also text and whatever you want to apply in Adobe After Effects and make up your 3D model, or let's say 3D effect. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to work with 2.5D and also the animations and also using the tools and also obviously applying in effects. So let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about 5D animation and also some camera animations that we are going to use in that specific lesson. So let's just move on to that one. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about motion tracking, and we are also going to learn about camera tracking, and also we are going to learn about that, let's say, some animations that we can put after all of this lesson, or let's say after all of the things which I'm going to show you, because motion tracking helps you to make something very interesting, because it's going to focus on something that's going to track it up, which is going to be helped by Adobe After Effects. You don't have to do that much of work. Okay, you just have to use the tools and let Adobe After Effects do its work. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to learn about motion tracking. Okay, so as we're done, I'm going to do is delete all of this because I don't need it anymore. I'm going to click on delete. I'm going to press on composition and make up a new one. I'm just going to press on OK as we have our first comp. Now I'm going to do is going to be opening up one of a video which I have on my file. Now it is opening up the file which I'm going to use, and you will see that it will appear right over here. I'm going to do is just paste it right around over here and see how it basically works. I'm going to do is zoom out and see how it actually functions. I'm going to do is obviously make it a bit more like this. okay, which looks a lot more better. I'm gonna see and play it out, and you can see it is rendering up all of the details of the specific video. You can see also that it is on 25 FPS and also 48 kHz, and also the resolution is 2160p. So that means that if you have a high resolution video, it's not going to like obviously cause problems in like, you know, destroying the pixels or, you know, damaging them. So you have to keep that thing in mind. But if you are still not like getting that perfect type of resolution, you will be able to, you know, make up, or let's say the higher resolution of a specific video. And one thing is that what you're gonna do is make a composition out of this video. What you're gonna do is take this video and make to this comp. Just drag it out on this comp button, and you will find out that your video has turned into a composition. Now we are going to start our composition or motion tracking from this specific video or this specific composition. Now there are a couple of things you have to keep. One thing in mind, that is in motion tracking, what you're gonna do is going to be finding out your specific points and obviously letting Adobe After Effects scan it up for you. But I'm not gonna keep the whole video to be this 8 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna do is decrease the size of this video and keep it somewhere around 6. I can also keep it to be 8, but I prefer it to be 6 seconds so that it works a lot more better. I'm gonna do is keep it somewhere around, let's say 6, just like I told you. And this is basically what I need. I'm gonna do is play the video and see how it actually works. And then we are going to let Adobe After Effects scan that specific part. But there is a couple of things, let's say the usage of the motion tracker. You have to place it up and you have to like fix out the specific position for that. I'm gonna do is going to be playing it and see if it works. Now the video has been rendered. I'm gonna do is just play it up and see if it works. Play it, and it's going to give you the result of the specific video. And after you play it for once, on the second time it will be a lot more better. You can see now it is a lot more smoother. Okay, I'm going to keep it, okay, let's just keep it to be 5 seconds. I'm going to keep it to be 5 seconds because all of it is rendered. Now what I'm going to do is going to be motion tracking it. And if you want to do motion tracking, there is going to be adding in another layer. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now. So now I'm going to do is open up my tracker panel. Just go over to Windows and find out the tracker. You can see the tracker over here, and you will find it out over here. Okay, but first thing what we're going to do is going to be adding in another layer. I'm going to do is, let's say, the viewer. Okay, now you can see that I have a viewer layer over here. I'm going to do is just pause it up and use this one. Okay, you can use whichever one you prefer. I'm going to do is going to be tracking in one of the substance. So I'm going to do is first off track motion. Then you will find out this type of box appears up, which is at the 0 point. So first off, let me just remove it because I don't need this viewer point right now, or viewer, let's say the panel right now. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting one of the point. First thing I'm going to do is drag it up over here. This guy is going to be the tracking point. Okay, I'm going to do is take it up right on this guy. I'm going to do is increase the size of this guy, and I want this tracker, you know, tool to track this guy and obviously, you know, track him up like the whole video. Okay, now what I'm going to do is going to be, let's say, as I have my tracker point, I'm going to do is play it up, and it will take a bit of a time to render up my video. And after it will render, I'm going to do is just press on play, and you can see it is still not tracking the position of this guy. So I'm going to do is going to be tracking point and find out the person over here at the beginning again. I'm going to take it at the beginning and find it out at the first one. We have the tracking point. So what we're gonna do is going to be finding out which position or which part is still visible, okay, at the end. You can see this is basically how it works. I'm gonna do is play the video, the whole thing. I need to play the whole video so that I can get which part of this guy is still visible at the end. I suppose it's the surfboard that is helping it. Okay, I'm going to do is find out over here, which is going to be somewhere around, let's say I'm going to do that again. And the feature point should be the surfboard, right? So I'm going to do is find out or use the tracking point on the surfboard. So I'm going to do is take it up at the beginning. Then I'm going to do is take it down a bit more down. I'm going to do is zoom out a bit. And on this layer, I'm going to do is fix out the surfboard or feature the surfboard because that is still visible still at the end of the video. So I'm going to do zoom in again and find out my exact or appropriate type of position. Well, I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to do is fix out the surfboard. And let's say I'm going to do is select the sky this time. So I'm going to do is like increase the size. And if it's still not working, I'm going to use a new footage. I'm going to click on play and find it out. And you can see that it is moving somewhere like this, okay? What I'm going to do is first off, pause it up. And you can see basically this is how it will work. I'm going to do is going to be finding out the composition, but yet you will find out that the guy is being obviously, tracked. So I'm going to do is first off, start off from over here. And you can see the starting point of this, and yet it is going on. You can see the tracking point. I'm going to do is find out this and play. You can see the guy is being still tracked. And let's see how far it goes, okay? So I'm going to do is just keep it on render and play. And after it is done, we are going to see if it actually works on this type of videos. Well, I'm just showing you an example of how this tracking or motion tracking works. But if it does not work, then you have to obviously apply a bit more of, let's say, more tracking on it and more values on it, okay? Because this is a bit complex when you are working with a lot of details. So as this motion is not working perfectly, let's just move to, or let's just, show you with another video. I'm going to do is delete this part. I'm going to do is delete this one. And even though you know how you'll be able to do it. So as I have my another video, well, this will be a lot more simple. I'm going to do is just find out the one which I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to do is start off from over here. And I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this, okay? And this is basically where it will start. Then I'm going to do is going to be finding out the position. Let's say I'm going to do is start off from 4 seconds. This is where it's going to start off from. So from here, I'm going to do is keep it around, let's say, this one. Somewhere around 14 seconds. Now what I'm going to do is find out the panel of track motion. And I'm going to click on this tracking point. And I'm going to do is take this up over there. And I'm going to find the car. This is where it is supposed to be. What I'm going to do is decrease the size. And I'm going to do zoom in. And this is basically where it's going to be. I'm going to do is take it up a bit to the left side. This is the whole indicator. Zoom in. And we have our motion tracking part. Now I'm going to do is zoom out. And then what we're going to do is just play it up. And if it's still not working, then we have to fix out a bit more, okay? So as we are done with this track point, I'm going to do is just play it up. And I can see that the part and the track is being done. And this is a lot more easier and a lot more specific than the previous one, which we did on, let's say, the surfing one. You can see that every part of this video is being tracked. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to track up your specific motion of a specific video. You can see up till 10 seconds, we have all of the tracking points done. And obviously it will just rotate it just like this. And at a stage, you will see that it might get, let's say it might lose the focus, but yet it is still catching up to the specific video or the specific part of the car. Okay, then you can also add in a specific text on that specific place. So I'm going to be done. And you can see that each and every part of this video was tracked and all of its motion. So I'm going to do is go off on the first part. Now let's see how it works. What I'm going to do is just play it from over here because this is where it started. What I'm going to do is just play it up. You can see this every part of this video was tracked. Okay. Can see all of it was tracked. See? Now, as all of it is like perfectly tracked, you can also fix up your tracking type. Let's say if you want to fix the rotation, you can also fix the scale. You can also track camera, the wrap stabilizer, and all of those all at the same time. But as I want only the track camera or the tracking motion of a specific video, well, I am done with this basically. So this is basically how you will be able to track motion of a specific video, but make sure to do it on a layer, not on the main composition, because sometimes when you apply the same, let's say the motions on a specific composition or the main composition, you might face a couple of problems. Let's say the dots might appear up and you might find it to be kind of a hassle to remove it later on. But you can also, like, obviously you have that functionality of pressing undo for you are going to be done. Okay, but obviously I'm going to suggest you to do that edits or whatever you do on your layer panel. Now what we're going to do is going to be adding in a null layer. So I'm going to right click on it and press on new and find out the null object. And obviously the null object is invisible, but it contains the properties of the visible layer. So I'm going to do is increase the size of this and find out the anchor. And obviously I'm going to do is make the anchor is in the middle part. So I'm going to do is click on this anchor mover or whatever you call it. Okay, I'm going to do is just click on it and make sure that it is in the center. So I'm going to click on this anchor and keep it snapped at the center. So I'm going to like remove snapping again. And after I'm done removing snap, I'm going to do is click on the selection tool. And when I open or extend this up, you will find out the transform. And each of this, results or each of these positions are of the visible layer. So you can change it from over here. Okay, you can change everything from using this null, your null, let's say, layer. But one thing is that none of the properties will be changed on the main layer. So this is how it actually works. So you are going to make an edit on something which is overlaying the layer, but it's going to make changes on that one, but it's not going to touch any part of the main layer. So you can just discard it if you feel like you don't like it. So this is basically how the layers actually help you up with your work. You can see increase in, you can fix the position, you can fix the opacity, you can decrease it however you want. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Okay, because if you add in more layers of making changes, you will be able to do that by using the null layer. Now by using the null layer, what we're going to do is going to be make out the target, okay, so the target layer, but I'm going to use is the null layer. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on this null layer. I'm going to do zoom out and find out the null layer, but what I'm going to do is find out the edit target. And when I press on edit target, you can find out this second is null one. I'm going to press on OK. Okay, just press on OK and you're good to go. Press on OK. And this null is going to be applied on this. Okay, now you want to use this tracking data. So if you want to do that, what you're going to do is the apply options. Just press on apply and you will find out this motion tracker apply option, which is going to be X and Y. Just press on OK and then you're good to go. Okay, so now you have that details on the null layer. Okay, now we can just press on this and you will find out that layer is going to contain all of the data of the tracking motion. So this is like very simple to work with. Okay, now what you're gonna do is going to be your null object. Okay, now what we're gonna do is going to be your null object is going to be locked on that specific target. And if you want to see that, just click on this and you can also remove it if you want to. But if you want to remove it, you'll find out that your specific part is still moving. You can see the anchor is like moving just like this. So I'm going to do is increase this or like, make this visible and see how it actually functions. Now, if I like scrabble on this timeline, you can see that this anchor is moving according to this, according to this layer of videos. Okay, but it's not like rendering all the frames, but yet it is like catching up all of the motion which I recorded using the motion tracker or tracking motion. Okay, then you can also, let's say, add in a couple of edits by using this specific, tracking motion and the data. As we can see, all of the keyframes that has been created on this motion track, what we're gonna do is apply in a text in this specific, track. So to do that, what we're gonna do is first off open up this null, okay, but make sure it is like at the top. And I'm gonna do is increase the size of this null, and we have our position. And in our position, you can see that there are a lot of these keyframes that has been created by using the motion keys. Okay, but I'm gonna do is decrease the size. I'm gonna do is first off add in a text layer. Click on this text option, and what we're gonna do is just type in one text. Let's say I'm gonna press on T. Now what we're gonna do is going to be clicking on the selection subject, and I'm gonna do is like paste it right just over here, or maybe somewhere around over here. But the first thing what we're gonna do is going to be clicking on this parent link and linking it up to over here, and that has been linked to null1. And you can toggle switch modes, and after we toggle switch modes, I'm gonna do is obviously track this one too, and also parent link. And I'm gonna do is select on this, and if it's still not working, I'm gonna do is keep it around over here, and if it's like not visible, I'm gonna select on this again and play it up. Now you can see that we have our text that is being, let's say, taken away by this motion, which is being tracked by this car or this tracking data. Okay, so what happens when you parent and link it up is that if the null, or let's say the data of the tracking motion moves, the text will also move. Okay, when you link it up, it's not just text. If you want to add in photo, it will also move. When it rotates the, let's say, the daughter, okay, this is going to be the daughter or the source because this is the parent of T. Okay, so if this moves, this will move too. If this rotates, this will rotate too. If this fades out, this will fade out too, because both of them are now linked. Okay, even though if it's linked, all of the edits that are going to be done on this null1 will happen on this one too, which is going to be the T. So now you understand how you'll be able to track up motion and use text animation. Well, you can all do a lot of other animations and interesting stuffs by using this motion track and also text animation and also keyframes. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this part, and let's just move on to our next lesson where we are going to learn about camera tracking and Adobe After Effects. Welcome back to our last lesson of Adobe After Effects. In this lesson, we are going to learn about camera tracking. In the previous lesson, we learned about motion tracking and also doing whatever we can with a bit of, text edit and also a bit of motion and animation that can be applied to a specific composition. But in this lesson, I'm going to show you about camera tracking, and also at the end, I'm going to show you 3D animation or 3D text, which you can work with on Adobe After Effects. So I'm going to do is minimize it, and I'm going to do is just delete it because I don't need it anymore. I'm going to press on delete, and this is going to be our main composition. And I'm going to do is first off open up a video file from my PC. Let me just show it to you later on. Now you can see that I have my video that is over here. I'm going to do is make this a composition too. So I'm going to do is click on over here, drag it up, and this has turned into a composition. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be layering up or wherever I want it to be. So I'm going to do is first off drag it over here. I'm going to select on this video, and this is basically the whole video. So I'm going to just delete it. I'm going to delete one of them, delete, and keep this on over here. And I'm going to do is do the same thing just I did on my previous lesson, which is going to be camera tracking this time. And also when I do camera tracking, what I'm going to do is give you a couple of briefs and also how you'll be able to work on it, like add in text. Okay, so first off, I'm going to do is click on this characters, and you will find the option of tracker on your right side. And on your right side, we're going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to do is track the camera. So I'm going to click on track camera, even though if it's like 3D camera, use only in composition panel. So I'm going to do is, if it's on composition panel, I'm going to do is click it over here and analyzing in background step 1 of 2, and it's going to analyze all of it. Obviously, it's going to take a bit of a time, and make sure to use it on the composition layer instead of the layer. Okay, so I'm going to do is wait for a while, and you can see that this is rendering, and after a while it will take, even though if it's the video is not moving that much, you have to make sure the video has some something like the camera is moving and all of those, and obviously then you'll be able to track the camera. And if it's not like that, then make sure to use a video which is going to be something like the camera is moving. So I'm going to show you that type of footage too at the same time. As you can see that my analyzation has been done, and you can just press on analyze this time. You can see on the left side of this panel, you will find out this analyze option. Click on analyze and it will analyze all of the data or the camera for you. Now, as it is like analyzing in the background, you can do whatever you want to do on the background. And after it is done, you can see the fixed angle of view, 3D solve, and all of those. You can see the tracking point size, the target size, and all of them. But at the same time, what you have to like keep in mind is that after you are done with those camera, let's say the camera tracking, you'll find out that some videos might contain something like it is in a fixed position, just like this one. But if you use different ones, such as the camera is moving from the right to left or the left to right, or maybe upwards to downwards and downwards to upwards, then it's going to change, and it's obviously going to need a 3D camera viewer or a 3D camera tracker for you, so that you can track the camera. And after you are done with that, you can just use this option. There is this option of choose grid and guide option, and you will also find out an option which is going to be called the camera setup. You can see it from over here, which is going to be take snapshot, but you can also see show snapshot. But there is going to like appear up another of these boxes of this, where you will be able to use it up as, let's say, the active camera or whichever camera you want to use. And you can see the 2% frame of this 360 has been done. So obviously it's going to take a bit of a time. You can see the time remaining is 2 minutes. So I'm going to wait up for a while and then later on show you how it actually works up. Now we are done analyzing, but you can see the analysis solved has failed. The analysis solve has failed because the camera is not moving that much and the camera is on a fixed position. Okay, but you can see a lot of these dots that are appearing up, and those are the points. So what we can do is obviously go up above. Let's say I'm going to do is take it up a bit above, and you'll find these options. From here, what we can do is select on these points. Let's say I'm going to select on these points. I'm going to zoom in a bit more. And in these points, what we can do is you can delete the selected points, or you can add in whatever you want. Let's say here, I'm going to do is select both of them, select on shift, right click on it, and you can delete them if you want to. But if you don't want to, just press on Ctrl Z and they will be reverted back again. You can just click on 3D solve and it will appear like this. It is not solved yet. So what you can do is shot type, let's say variable zoom, specific types. You can do that too. But just like I showed you, sometimes some videos might not work or some footages might not work. So I'm going to do is delete this video and use another one which actually has tracking up camera option. So I'm going to click on file and import it up over on my Adobe After Effects. Click on file. I'm going to do is import another video. Now you can see that I have another of this composition or video applied to my Adobe After Effects. We're going to do the same thing, track the camera. And it's going to take a bit of time to analyze the background. And after a while, when we are done, we're just going to like see if it actually works on this video too. Now we are done analyzing this video too. So I'm going to do is see how it actually functions up. You can see it is going on to the left side. Then what you can also do is like fix out a couple of parts. First off, I'm going to do is click on this create camera. And after I press on create camera, you will see that it will turn into something like this, and this is how it will function. So first off, I'm going to do is click on this part. Let's say I'm going to click on over here and make this up. I'm going to do is go up above there and right click on it. Let's say I'm going to right click and create a text. And here what we're going to do is going to be adding in my text. Let's say I'm going to type in seconds, or maybe let's say I'm going to click on this over here again and zoom out and make sure just play it. I'm just going to play it up, and you can see the text is still over there, and it is going or like tracking the camera and keeping the text on wherever it needs to be. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to track your camera and also add in text according to that. I'm going to do is just play it back again. And you can see this is basically how it works. Okay. So I'm going to do is keep it over here. And as we are done with this text part and also our camera, you can like edit in your camera wherever you want to. You can just click on this and just extend the size, and then make sure to like transform or use the camera option wherever you want. So this is basically what you need to learn about this camera option in Adobe After Effects. I'm going to just press on Ctrl Z because I had my perfect position, and you can just fix out whichever position of camera you want to use. You can see that there is this perspective too, where it's going to get up to the backside of this video, and then, you know, make a couple of changes. So you can like apply text or whatever you want on the specific parts of the specific video or the footage. Okay, then you can also use these couple of tools which you'll be able to do, and if you want to press on C, you will be able to rotate it however you want. But as it is not a video, okay, so you can't change it wherever you want. So I'm going to just press on play, and you can see that there are a couple of these keyframes that are applied over here, and according to the points, you will be able to add it up wherever you want to. So as you know how you'll be able to work with camera positions, now the next thing what we're going to learn about is going to be making it into a 3D model, or let's say a 3D part, where you will be able to, let's say, make up your video a bit better, okay, and which will look a lot more better too. So to do that, what we're going to do is going to be making our geometry. What you're going to do is right click on it, make sure to open up a new one, or let's say if you want to open up a geometry layer, just click on geometry, and you are going to find that up on our layers option. So I'm going to do is make sure to open it up. Let's find it up on our effect options first, and if we don't find it on our effects, so what we're going to do is open up another layer. So here what we're going to do is click on effects and presets. And let's say from here, we are going to find out something different. We are going to now make up a 3D one. So I'm going to do is click on composition, click on new composition, and I'm going to do is click on 3D render, and make sure to click on 4D cinema. And which if you click on about, you're going to see that there are a lot of things which are going to appear up. So I'm going to click on, like, let's say I'm going to click on 4D cinema 4D. If it's not working, just click on the Cinema 4D and you will be able to select on it, comp size, let's say 4000, press on OK. And after you're done, just click on Cinema 4D. And if it's still not working, just press on OK and you are good to go. Now, after you're done with the composition one, what you're going to do is going to be adding in Cinema 4D over here. So I'm going to just press on Ctrl Z. And after you're done, what you're going to do is click on the Cinema 4D over here. And what we're going to do is open it up, Cinema 4D, and then make more changes on the specific one. So I'm going to click on the Cinema 4D, and let's say I'm going to do is click on the Cineware and apply it on over here. Now that is applied on this, you can see the Cinema 4D. If it's still not applied, what you can do is go off the effects. And here we have our 3D camera tracker. And in the camera tracker, we have all of these options. Okay, we can just increase the point size, the target size, all of them just the way we want it. You can render them too, and we can also show track points. Let's say I'm going to keep it 3D solved. And let's say I'm going to fix the, let's say, variable zoom. And after we're done, what we're going to do is go off the text. Because we are done with this, I'm going to do is click on this text option, and from here we have our geometry option, okay, because we added in our 4D. But what we're going to do over here is going to be our material option. So here what we're going to do is cast on shadow, let's say light transmission on, and keep the diffuse somewhere around 80, okay. So I'm going to click on 80, keep it, let's say I'm going to keep it on 49, and as we're done, I'm going to do is increase the spectacular or specular intensity. Even you can see analysis all failed. We're going to keep it like that. So after we're done, what we're going to do is find it out over here. You can see this is rendering, and after it will be done rendering, it will show us, and you know, just the way we want it or the result we want. So I'm going to do is open it up just like this, and after we open it up, I'm going to do is play it up. Let's say I'm going to play, and you can see it is taking a bit of time to render it up. But we can apply a lot more things than just that. We can just add in lights too. So I'm going to do is click on it. I'm going to do is decrease this extension. So I'm going to do is select on the text, right click on it and click on new. And here I want to use light. And from here, I want to use a different color from this panel. Let's say somewhere around over here. Press on OK and press on OK, and we are done with this light. What we're gonna do is take this light a bit above over here, so we have our light. And then you can fix out your camera position if you want to. You can see that there is this option of camera, active camera, just like I told you from the beginning of this lesson. You'll be able to fix it up according to your desire. So I'm going to do is select this camera, active camera option over here. I'm going to do is take it around over here, select this camera, and on the front, I'm going to select on this, zoom out, and this is the text and this is the light. So I'm going to take it over here. Let's say I'm going to select on this anchor or this tool over here. I'm going to do is take it over here. And if you're still not able to use that, what you're going to do is take this up, hold on a shift. And what we're going to do is going to be zooming in a bit more. Select on this text tool. And we are going to change the front to, let's say, the left. And we're going to find out the text. What we're going to do is keep it. I'm going to select on this and keep it around over here so that it is like the light is affecting it. So I'm going to click on this X and Z and take it a bit in front of it. So now it is like in front of the text, which is at the left. I'm going to do is go at the top and find out the text too from over here. I'm going to do is select it from this. Then I'm going to do the same thing on the back. I don't need it from the back, so I'm going to do is just go off the back and go off the right. And this is basically our text over there. I'm going to do is find out another one. Let's say the bottom. So we are done on all sides. I'm going to do is just active camera. And what we're going to do is just try playing it. So I'm going to do is take it at the front of this video. And I'm going to play it up and see if it actually works. You can see that the text is now in different color, even though it's like, you know, in bright color, so it is not that visible, but yet it is like totally visible, right? So you can see the light has been affecting that specific text, okay? Because you can see the light is affecting the color of the text, which was white in color. So now you know how you'll be able to apply these type of effects on a specific, you know, like a video or composition, and you can also do camera tracking, use animation, and a lot of stuff. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you will be able to use camera tracking, and also how you'll be able to use, let's say, motion tracking. But what we're going to do is click on this active camera again, and I'm going to do is click on front. And when I click on front, you will see this option over here, and this is the camera. Okay, this is the camera. You can like move it, and you can see that this is the motion of the camera. It's going to go from this to this, and this is the light, and this is the actual text. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to do all of these works on Adobe After Effects. So thank you for watching these videos until the end of this course. And what you're going to do is just, you know, follow up these steps, and at the end you will get your end result. So thank you for watching these videos until the end, and thank you for staying with us.